want you to join our little family.
Ain't no parity like a parity. Ain't no parity like a parity.
Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Karaoke stream. Prepare your ear holes. Movie and TV watch-along stream. Definitely not infringing copyright. Definitely. Bonus gorilla stream. Watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, the dinosaurs will go extinct again.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
Plus, why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
I'd like to talk to you about our special financing options.
YouTube channel memberships starting at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
All streams scheduled in Eastern Time, God's favorite time zone.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Always streaming horizontal, never vertical, just the way you like it.
quit changing the subject.
Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the things, have the fun.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library.
Ain't no parity like a parity.
Y'all are being too nice tonight. Greetings, brohams. What the dealio? Welcome to the Back Library. I'm Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. First things first, thank you, Ear Trumpet, for the gifted membership. Thank you, Omegs, for the Streamlabs tip. Thank you, Ear Trumpet, for the super chat. And thank you, was that anonymous person you as well, Omegs, on Streamlabs, or was that someone else? I guess I'll have to read it out. Thank you, okay, what's the name? What's the name I couldn't figure out? Where's the tip? Where's the tip? Thank you, SLID25D0F6F582EE3875 for the tip. I ain't moaning that. Let me go ahead and get the moan out of the way. That dude, ooh, woo. Okay. Hail to the chat. Welcome in, Twin Opinion. Welcome in, Omegs. Welcome in, My Ear Trumpet Has Been Struck by Lightning. Welcome in, Judd. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in if you are lurking. Thank you for... Yeah, it was me. Oh, you know what? That happened to me before too, Omegs. I don't know if it wasn't that I wasn't logged in or what, but that happened before. And I want to say at one point when I tipped Rhea, I had to too, because she had changed something. Because you can put in a setting where you have to be logged in and you have to like announce who you are. And the problem I had, Omegs, was my login ID, the username was too long or had characters that weren't accepted by Streamlabs username because I had brackets around the back library and it wouldn't let me remove them. So it wouldn't let me tip. It wouldn't let me remove them. I wound up having to email Streamlabs to get them to clear it out and remove them from my user. It was a total mess of something that should have been as easy as click. Oh my God! Yo! My Ear Trumpet has been struck by lightning. Thank you for the throne donation. Oh my gosh, y'all are being... It ain't Christmas. It isn't... Man, my throat is so wrecked. Man, this is gonna be a problem for reading. Thank you so much. My Ear Trumpet has been struck by lightning for the donation towards the hard drive. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. It ain't. I mean, next week's just Thanksgiving. It ain't Christmas, y'all. Thank you so much, genuinely from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to you, and thank you anyone else who's here. If you are lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're VOD watching, thank you for VOD watching the VOD. Consider a comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Like, subscribe, notification bell, follow on Twitter, do the things, have the fun, win the game. Woo! Oh, man. Y'all, I don't deserve it. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Oh, man. My brain isn't braining now at all. Now I'm, like, trying to figure out what I was even going to talk about tonight. Thinking. Actually, let me reply to that on Twitter, because I know there's a Twitter notification probably about, the throne thing. Let me see where that is. Okay, let me go ahead and reply to that. Thank you so much. My ear. Okay, there it is. And where's an emoji for the tear-filled face holding back tears? I like that one. I like that one. Although I always like the nervous laughter one too, the little sweat drop. Oh, by the way, I do need to hold on before we do anything. I need to check my intro video. I think there's something screwed. Oh, it is screwed up. Darn it. Oh, I got to redo my intro video again. There is a single shot where it's got the wrong YouTube handle still. Oh, I thought I had fixed all that. Yeah. Oh, well. Easy fix. It's easy enough fix. Okay, where were we? Oh, where were we? Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Omegs. I'm glad the live notification works on Twitter. I hope that winds up leading people here. And I mean, obviously it worked for you. And I hope it winds up leading people also to me on Twitter. I don't know. I keep hoping the algorithm will pick up. Speaking of the algorithm, so the short about, you know, close your toilet seat, return my most recent short, chat, is doing decent numbers. So this is, boy, what a conundrum. It is doing good numbers, but also getting ratioed. Before we read the book tonight, it's also getting ratioed. So the short, the recent short, which was from Soma, where I was complaining about the guy not cleaning his apartment door and not closing the lid to his toilet and saying he must be the type who doesn't put his cart back on the corral. I, for the longest time, had more dislikes than likes. Even though it's getting more views, I had like, I don't know, 30% like and 70% dislike, and now it is at around 50-50. But yeah, people didn't like me telling them to wash their hands, apparently. Oops. Ratioed. Judd, what that means is it's just a slang term for when the dislikes on a video, the down votes, outweigh the up votes. I wonder if they are scared of the chibi model. I do think it was the cleaning the door thing, because because someone did comment in there about, it's just a door, man. Well, I know, but they need to wash their hands. Also, you freak out on Twitter. Wait, what? Okay. Maybe add a clip every time you share your going live on Twitter. That'd help get some nerds in here. I need to see how to do that. Maybe one of the problems, I tried doing the going live thing where it shows the live broadcast on Twitter, Omegs. I know if I ever do just a link to YouTube, like if I were to link a YouTube clip, I know Twitter doesn't like that. But maybe so. Maybe I could come up with something, Omegs, even just some sort of a generic compilation in place or alongside that. Not a bad idea. I'll mull that over tonight as I go back through the slideshow in my loading. I need to add some stuff to that, make some changes, change the timing and whatnot. Geez, my brain isn't braining after all these tips tonight. From the bottom of my heart, thank y'all. I really appreciate it. Man, I'm always so overwhelmed with stuff like that. You freaking on Twitter. Is this about the Uma Musume thing? Is this about the Uma Musume meme? I like that meme. Okay, the Uma Musume meme. I guess should I show it on here? Should I show it on here? Fine. Properties. Hold on. Let me see if I can open it up. Your Uma pick with that dude and the horse is what? Yeah, I figured the Uma Musume. Where I didn't think it was. It's from apparently it's a French anatomy book. Apparently it was a French anatomy book where they were comparing the anatomy of a horse with the anatomy of a human. You gotta show, yeah. I mean, I don't know what's so wrong. It's just a French anatomy book, y'all. It's just a French anatomy book. It's not there's nothing wrong. It's just showing the way a horse's bone structure is compared to that of a human. There's okay. And now that I'm officially banned on now that I just thought, hold on, let me see. I just thought maybe a good idea. Next time someone does super chat, guy Furry says that is off the hook. Oh, the Guy Fieri. Maybe I'll keep that one in mind. I know I've got another one that I need to put back in there. I've still got the Halloween one in there. Oh dear, nothing. Thank you. Welcome in, Shy Siren. Welcome in. I was in your streamer. Congratulate. Now you completed that Nier, didn't you? Tonight I was watching. I had you on in the. I was lurking most of the time. Unfortunately, I had it on in the background while I was doing the whatnot. I came in just in time for you to get all 33 weapons though, so that was nice. But welcome inside. My brain is not braining right now, Siren. You'll have to forgive me. It's all over the place. Welcome in. I hope you are having a fantastic night. Yes, nothing sus at all. It's just an anatomy book. It is just an anatomy book. Completely and totally. Oh, man. What else was I going to mention? Yeah, I shouldn't have showed that on stream, should I have? I really shouldn't have showed that on stream. Especially because I know earlier I was listening to someone who I've mentioned a lot, Sarah. I guess she had to remove one of her VODs because they were afraid YouTube would ban all of her corpo. Apparently, I mean, Sarah's shown... Okay, yeah, that's true, because, yeah, there was the whatever, the guy with the giant head... Where I remember sending her I think I sent her a super begging her to blur a certain area of it. Cortex Man, thank you, Cortex Man. Yeah. Oh, that was the thing. That was the stuff of nightmares. Yeah. That was the stuff of nightmares. Oh my gosh. But yeah, welcome into you, Siren. Welcome into everyone. And by the way, chat, I know most of you here probably already follow the Shy Siren. But if there is anyone here who is lurking, who has not yet followed her, please do so. Just remember, she is a family-friendly audience. You know, what I originally sought to be, and it all fell apart very quickly. But she does a lot of cool stuff. With gaming streams, I know she's mentioned doing some karaoke again. I know she was talking about doing a Bond karaoke the other day. That would be really interesting. That'd be really interesting. You know, and it was funny when you mentioned, about doing a Bond karaoke, Siren. It reminded me a long time ago when people always do these, like, karaoke events, where they're bringing in other streamers, doing like a karaoke relay. I always thought, wow, you know, a James Bond, because there's so many James Bond themes, a Bond-themed karaoke relay, that could potentially go hard. What did I miss? Oh, just thought if you want a good idea, to Condemned, I don't know which one that is, sorry. It's a video game, it's kind of horror game. It was on Xbox. It might be on... Oh, Condemned? Okay, it might be on GOG. I'll have to look for that sometime. Yeah, gosh, I'm afraid to do horror. Even though I want to finish Soma, I'm afraid to do horror. Very friendly, just not for normie family. Yeah, well, has lost the say-so a long time ago. Now I want to be say-so again. You know... As much as I say that, I still put the 13 plus, you know, try to keep the comments PG-13. So I am trying. Kind of. Something. Sort of. Oh yeah, last reading stream, chat. I forgot to turn on the stream avatars. I opened the program and I never clicked connect. So yeah. What else was I going to mention? Oh. I did pick up, chat, and I started messing with it, but I disconnected it before stream tonight because I'm not sure about the sound. I did pick up a lower price, more of a budget, generic, I hate to say cheap Chinese, but cheap Chinese sound mixer, XLR mixer, instead of going the USB route. Better results with it so far than I had with the last one I tried. But I don't know, it still sounded like something was off. In fact, I want to turn on the monitoring real quick with my USB 3.0 mic. Even though I hate doing the monitoring, let me turn it on real quick. I want to just listen to my voice right now and see if I'm just going crazy. Just a sec. Okay, check the mic. Whispering. No, something was up with it. There was something up with it. I don't know what it was. It was like I don't know. It seemed like it was filtering stuff like I would see the meter going, but then I saw the meter bouncing, but then when I was listening to it back through my headphones, it was like no sound was there. So I don't know if the frequency was just beyond what my headphones were picking up when I whispered or what. Cheap Chinese stuff is slowly becoming the standard for budget range good products. Yeah. And the good thing about it was one of the problems I've run into is dynamic mics. A lot of times you have to buy a preamp, which I don't want to do. So I was trying to find one that had a built-in preamp, and it didn't say it did, but it seems to, because when I cranked the gain all the way up, I was getting pretty normal levels, and beyond normal level, I was even peaking. And it doesn't have a lot. I mean, it's got basic equalizing, so just basic bass and treble, which is kind of what I'd like. I wanted something to make my voice sound a bit smoother, because sometimes I get a digital quality here through OBS with this mic, and I don't know what it is. And then I have to, like, especially if I'm recording audio, then I have to go through and filter it, and it just, I hate having to deal with that. The one thing I will say about the mixer, though, the reverb is trash. The reverb on the thing is pretty trash. So I would wind up still having to use my filter for reverb when I do a karaoke stream and whatnot. Like that. I mean, that wasn't a karaoke stream, obviously, but just the reverb filter. I hope I have my filters right there. Really? You want to be more smooth? You've been sounding pretty good. You know, it might just be an occasional thing, Omegs. And it almost, I wonder if it isn't related to just coming through the USB is what it is, Omegs. Because sometimes my mic starts having like a digital quality to it. It starts having like a digital sound. And it doesn't seem to be all the time. And when it happens, I can't seem to make it go away. I'll disconnect and reconnect. I can't make it go away. So that was the main thing I've been trying to eliminate. Was my thought was, oh, maybe by going through this USB mic thing, it's a problem, and maybe if I went through a soundboard, it'd be better. But well, the good news is I've got until January 31st to return this thing to Really, I never noticed. Well, one of the things that hides it, Omegs, is the BGM. I've noticed, like, when I do the streams, the BGM masks it. When I just, like, am recording audio for something, like when I recorded audio for my lone cover, or for when I record audio for any of my HiPads. HiPads is probably the better example. Sometimes I'll record it, I'll play it back, I'll have what I think is a perfect take, and it's just got a weird digital quality to it. And a lot of times I'll go to re-record it, and it, like I said, it won't go away, so I just keep it and try to filter it and hope no one notices. And the fact that you've never noticed, in a way, that's all I need. I guess also, though, I get worried about Omegs because we were talking about voice commissions, like trailer voice commissions, and I was thinking if I ever set up a coffee page and I ever started doing, you know, basic theater trailer voice commissions or something, the last thing I want is to take on something like that and hear a quality to it that I don't like and be sending that to someone and them hear it with the raw file, you know? So I just need to find a solution for it, and I will. And I don't know that this soundboard is it, but I also don't want to, you know, I don't want to spend a ton on a solution. I'm looking for a cheap solution, because this mic does sound good as is, as you said. And as I know other people have pointed out, I know Lauren and TB, who are also streaming right now. If you have not checked out Lauren and TB, be sure to check out their channel. In fact, they're playing the same thing Shy Siren was earlier. She was playing that. I was trying to think of the name. Now I've got it. I kept saying Nier. It's that Nier Automata, which to me just looks like an awesome game. It looks like something. I suck with RPG games like that, but like the action RPG, but it looks like such an awesome game. And Squaresoft. Okay. What else was I going to mention? Okay, so yeah, soundboard. We got the schedule for next week. Let me go ahead and pull that up. In case you missed it, chat, with the, how about the, Fifine audio mixer? It's got a sale for Black Friday. Does it? I'll take a look at it, Omegs. Because I had the Mayano, or whatever it is, the same brand as my mic. And I mentioned this to Lauren. It was I think, or maybe I mentioned it on stream. It was the funniest thing. I plugged into my mic, and it sounded exactly like my mic sounds, right down to the digital quality. So I don't know about the Fifine, or it might just be because of the plug-in through USB, because in the end, they always go through USB. Yeah, maybe, Omegs. I'll take a look at that. The one I picked up wasn't bad. It was 40 bucks. I can't pull it up on screen, unfortunately, because I'm not set up for desktop, and I don't want to risk doxing myself again. I already doxed myself the other day and quickly edited it, and I'm so glad no one noticed when I doxed myself in the yapping stream this week. I accidentally gave away my actual birth date, which is something I've always tried to avoid. All the doxing. Oh, dear. That's odd. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, the schedule for this week, even though I need to fix... I know it's probably overkill, but I love my SSL 2 Plus. Let me write that down. Let me just write it down so I can look it up later. And I know Lauren was recommending a Behringer, but the Behringer units that I saw, Twin Opinion, and everyone, they didn't have any left that were being sold and shipped by Amazon. And I like something where I'm not going to have any problems returning, or minimal problems returning it. SSL 2 Plus. All right. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. And I'll take a look at that Fifine, because I want to say, Omegs, I had one of their mixers, and it might be the one you are mentioning. I had one in my cart a long time ago, and then I removed it. Yeah, there's a lot of... Speaking of Black Friday, man, yeah, there's a lot of good sales right now. In fact, the Star Trek movies, the classic, the original 6 Star Trek movies, I don't know about the box set, but the individual 4K copies, at least of 2 through 6, are $15 a pop right now. I'm thinking about picking those up just to... because I like the artwork better on the individuals, and I'm kind of... I feel more like I'm getting concerned about how things look on the shelf for display purposes more than I used to be. Like I used to, I'd pick up multi-packs and stuff, and now I feel like I want something that's as much a knick-knack, the equivalent of a standee. Heck yeah, all good deals right now. Mostly, I'll tell you the one that I keep hoping something will happen on Black Friday, Omegs. So the Atari 7800 Plus, which I've got on my Throne wish list too. I've got it on Throne at like $100, and that's like what it's priced now. It wasn't Black Friday, but it was Black Friday in July, Omegs. They had it down to, I want to say, $60 for the Atari 7800 Plus. And I talked myself out of it at the last minute. I had it purchased and I canceled it before it shipped, and I hate myself. Got a nice deal on a controller. Ooh, and its quality was way better than what I was expecting. Really, what controller, if you don't mind my asking? Because, I mean, I'm using this old Logitech thing. I know sometime I need to upgrade somehow, probably. And I know there were controllers before that Red Bernie suggested, which I need to go back and check that those streams and see what Red suggested, because I've done the same thing, talked myself out of a deal. They never had it again because it was sold out. Yeah, and they've gotten this back in stock again, but it's not at that price. It's between $30 and $40 more, and now, you know, mentally, I can't... Ooh, 8-bit do. Okay, let me write that down, too. Man, too many nice things. 8-bit do ultimate 2. I've never had an 8-bit do product. I know they're supposed to be good. And yes, those of you who come in here for a cozy reading, we will be reading momentarily. I promise. I promise. We just got finished the YAAAP. I'll take a look at that, Omex. Thanks. I tell you, so 8-bit do. Let me tell you about my unfortunate history there. Well, not unfortunate. I mean, I knew I'd get my money back, and I knew it was a scam right when I did it. But AliExpress, someone, a store had up there, they had 8-bit do control, the arcade stick controllers with the adapters to hook to NES and Genesis and whatever. They had the 8-bit do branded ones on AliExpress as supposedly like a Black Friday deal for 20 bucks a piece. And internally, I knew it was too good to be true. And I went ahead and ordered, and of course, it never shipped. It never shipped. AliExpress, scariest way to start a story. I know. But yeah, it was one of those things, even as I ordered it, I knew it was too good to be true. But my thought was, I know I'll get my money back. Even if I have to open a case with my credit card company, I will get my money back. So, oh, good. Yeah, $20, that is a scam and a half. Yeah, my thought was, because it was, regularly $80 on sale for $20. My thought was, well, Chinese import, I believe it. It could be, no box type of thing. But Taco Bell discontinued the Baja Blast Pie. Welcome in, Dalen. Welcome in. Already? Gosh, I thought it would have been at least through Christmas. Or at least through Thanksgiving. Because pie and Thanksgiving. Welcome in, Dalen. I'm sorry to hear that. Their lowest price sits around 30. Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you, too. The other night, I think it was the yapping stream, I mentioned Mad Little Pixel, who does a lot of hardware reviews. I'm a sad panda. I can imagine. That'd make me sad, Daylin. That I hate that when you're, looking forward to trying something and they discontinue. I can't remember what food products it's been, but I know it's happened before. But welcome in. Sorry to hear that. Oh, never mind. They do have a wired controller for 20. Okay, well, it wasn't this one. It wasn't the big arcade stick. Oh, yeah, Mad Little Pixel was talking about analog. This is why I will never order. One of the reasons I'll never order from Analog. I've told y'all the Analog story for me. I'll tell it again. So Analog is a company that makes third-party consoles, ones which are generally held in high regard. They made the NT Mini, which was a $500 Nintendo Entertainment System clone. They had the Super NT and the Mega SG, which were Genesis and Super Nintendo consoles, FPGA based, which were supposed to be amazing. And I almost ordered them, and I never did. Actually, I canceled my order. Wait a sec. Do you DX Oldie, the scam website thing. DK Oldies, they're not a scam website per se, Judd, but a lot of times the quality that you get isn't the quality you were expecting. They're not a scam website, but there's something, because you're buying used stuff. It's sort of it's sort of like the used stuff on GameStop. Whatever condition they're telling you it is, expect a lot worse, is my understanding. So not a full-on scam, but I wouldn't shop from them. But Analog. So Analog, where Analog has been a scam for people, chat, has been with their shipping. Because there are people who will pay, their systems are in the hundreds of dollars. Then they tack on like a $30 shipping fee. Then they also have like a priority shipping option. Apparently, when you order things from them priority, you're paying for priority, and they are not shipping it priority. They're shipping it through some other shipping service instead that handles like the last leg of it. So Analog has been scamming people with these really high shipping costs and not shipping the way they're advertising. So that's one reason I'd never shop from them. The other reason I'd never shop with Analog, chat, is with the SG and the Super NT. The last print run they did, I emailed them after they had announced that they were doing their last run, their last round of pre-orders, because they didn't list on the website when the last day to order was. So I emailed them and asked them, hey, what day is the last day of the pre-order? Just so that I know. They emailed me back the day after. Now, I emailed them again months before. They emailed me the day after the ordering period had ended to tell me, we're sorry, the ordering period has already ended. At that point, I just decided I can't imagine a situation I will ever purchase from Analog. Don't care. Scam Light, yeah. Are the analogs the chips that mimic the FPGA ones? Yes. FPGA chips, which they use. Analog is the company. FPGAs are a type of fully programmable gaming adapter or graphics adapter, depending on who you ask. That pretend to be the original hardware. So it's better than emulation, yes. It's much closer to an original hardware experience. I've got an FPGA system. My retro USB AVS is an FPGA NES. And I've used it on 1 or 2 streams so far. And I do like it. I do like it. I don't know. I like it, but at the same time, I don't know. It still feels off to me. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's so difficult to get the cartridge in and out, and I feel like if it was first party, I wouldn't be having to fight with it. Analog makes good stuff, but they are super boutique. They have bad customer service, deliver late, and yeah, and tack on to that twin opinion that they don't deliver with the service that they claim you are paying for. For the price you're paying, they should have better service. Yep. And honestly, if I'm paying $200 or more for a console chat, if I'm paying around that price, I kind of expect the shipping to be included. At least a basic shipping. I understand charging more for the, for priority. But then, of course, with Analog, it says priority. And, is that what you thought you were paying for? Yeah, that's my understanding. And that's what I know Mad Little Pixel was ranting about. And yeah. Hydration break real quick, chat. I need a drink. My throat sounds rough. Y'all are probably hearing that. My apologies. Oh, yeah, we were going to talk about the schedule. Before we hydrate, next week is Thanksgiving week. I need to fix the schedule because it doesn't show DOS on Mega Man 3. On Monday, chat, I am going to stream on Monday. We're going to continue Soma. I am still trying to decide whether I am going to try to keep playing it on normal mode or if I'm going to switch to baby mode and speedrun. Speedrun back to where we were. I might try a couple of times to get past that section we were stuck in. And, after, let's say, give it a half hour and then switch to baby mode. On Tuesday, we're going to be doing one of the membership goals that ain't been touched. Or, well, half of it hasn't been touched. We did Mega Man Gone Wrong, the DOS version of Mega Man. We are going to be doing Mega Man 3, the MS-DOS version, which is nothing like the real Mega Man 3. On Wednesday, we're going to finish going through the SNES cartridges. I see Mega Man. Yeah, not the good one. Not the good one. It's going to be pain. It's going to be pain and suffering. We're going to finish the other membership goal. Then on Wednesday, we'll do another yapping stream. We'll finish going through the SNES library. We'll also do a little bit of my big box PC stuff that I just finished cleaning up today, including the Black Cauldron from Sierra, which I feel, oh man, I'll have to tell you. In fact, I might even show it. I'll talk about it. It included the hint book, but the hint book, you had to take like a highlight or two to make the hints show up. I guess because it is all about 40 years old, the game, where the person highlighted it has caused the ink, the original printed ink there, to, I guess, evaporate. So now they just look like blank lines. I'll never know what was printed in that hint book unless I download it. What can you do? On Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, here in the United States of America. Oh no, he doxed his location. He's in the U.S. We've got him now. We will be playing the Bizarre Adventures of Woodruff and the Schnibble, aka Woodruff and the Schnibble of Azimuth. It's a point-and-click adventure that doesn't get any play, and I really have been interested in playing it for a long time. Adoximus, not really, I'm sorry. And then the next day, Friday, we will do more of what we're doing tonight, the Galactic Whirlpool. Yeah. And I'm hoping to knock out some more of the membership goals in December, including I'd like to get one of the covers done. I want to get either Chocolate Salty Balls or Business Time done. I'm leaning towards Business Time just because I don't know if my throat is in condition to sing Chocolate Salty Balls, and Business Time is more of a sing-speak, you know. It's business time. Yeah, it's business time. That sort of thing. It's business. It's business time. You know, when I'm down to my socks, it's time for business. That's why they're called business socks. Ooh. Yeah, I can handle that. I can handle that even with a messed up throat. Although, with the business time, I really want to get in touch with some of my female VTuber mutuals and find someone who would be willing to do the 3 instances of, who would not feel too uncomfortable doing the 3 instances of female dialogue in it. I'm going to bed early, I have work tomorrow, is that it? And can I have some more? Which even sounds inappropriate with me just saying it here, y'all. But I'd really like that, just to make the cover more interesting. Because the original song just had the original song. Welcome in, Jennifer. What an awful moment. Welcome in, Jennifer. I hope you are having a fantabulous Friday. Hope you are feeling well. We'll start reading soon, I promise. Oh my gosh, we're 45 minutes into the start of stream. Some of you thought we were reading a book today. But in the original song, it has a female actress, but then the guy basically is dubbing in her lines for her as if he's hearing what she said. You lean into my ear and say something sexy like, I'm gonna go to bed early, I have work tomorrow. But I would like to just try to switch it up if I can get someone. That's a big if. Given the Kiki stream, my first thought is moo. Oh man, that's possible. That's possible. We'll see. Ooh, hydration break. I'm gonna go ahead and take a hydration. You're doing good? Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, chat, every stream I've been in today, I've noticed it's not just me now. And it's not just that I'm seeing every stream has the @ handles. So I think the full slow rollout has finally hit, maybe. I'll check tonight when I'm in a few other channels and see if they've been hit too. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? Though I'll be happy if that means that, like I said, gifted memberships are completely fixed in the process. Is there anything else to mention? I know there was something else. Black Friday sales, just a few things people should know about. I know this is the last week of Crunchyroll's Black Friday Blu-ray sales, and I know Sentai just started their Black Friday sale. Sentai's Black Friday sale, it seems to be really hit or miss with me. I don't know if I'm going to order from it, except they've got the limited edition of Chihayafuru Season 3 for, like $17. I'm really tempted to go ahead and get the chipboard box. Definitely rolling it out, through a few, though a few streamers still do a few still. Okay. I thought maybe, because last night and today, Daylin, I was only seeing it this way. Because I know I was in Eva's stream, I was in Sarah's, I was in Siren's. I'm trying to think who else. Oh yeah, also, if they're on Amazon, Rufus AI can tell you prices. Rufus, I'll write that down. Something else to check after stream tonight. Rufus AI can tell you price history so you can check if the sale's legit or priced up before you buy it. Speaking of priced up, although I will be taking advantage of it if I can. Black Friday, starting on Sunday, Rufus is Amazon's on AI. It's part of the site. Is it? I didn't know. It's their own? Okay, I didn't know that. I'll look into that. Thank you, Omegs. Okay, nifty. I gotta be honest, I like the name Grok better than Rufus. Welcome in, Flash Viewer. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic night or day. We'll start reading soon, I promise. Anything else for Black Friday pricing-wise, in case anyone's interested? Kino's got some sort of a pre-Christmas sale. It's not any good. Sorry, Kino, it isn't. Sentai, I said, has their sale. Target, starting on Sunday, they're going to have their buy two, get one on Blu-rays, which I always take advantage of because I'm going to tell you a little secret with the with Target's buy two, get one. And this goes for games, and this goes for books, and this goes for music, and this goes for movies. And I hope I'm not jinxing it by telling you guys the secret. If you want to use it just to get 30%, 33% off of something, because of the Target's return policy, they do prorate things. So you could take a movie, you can order 3 copies of it, you can cancel all but 1 or 2 of them, and it will just prorate it for 33% off. And then you can just take back 2 of them unopened to the store and get your money back, and you've got the 1 copy for 33% off. You're welcome. Yeah, hope I don't ruin it for everyone by saying the secret of my success. It's definitely rolling out because streamers that were streaming in nicknames, showed. Then stream crashed. They restarted. Suddenly, handles instead of nicknames, which really. Also, it's better buy now than later with the RAM SSDs. RAM is, yeah. I believe it, Daylin. Yeah, Omegs, the price, I haven't seen prices going up on SSDs, but I wouldn't doubt it. RAM is already nuts. RAM makes me sad, because I can tell you the RAM I bought, the DDR4 RAM that I bought a year and a half, actually even 2 years ago, that I paid like, I bought 32 gigabytes, 2 16 gigabyte sticks for $30 to $35, and it's double that. Or actually, no, that wasn't what it was. It was 16 gigabytes of RAM. It was because I'm running 32 gigs on each of my PCs. It was because I've got 4 sticks in there. It was two 8 gig sticks were like 30 something bucks. Now, when I went to look up the same brand and the same model, the same make, everything, it's in the 90s. It's crazy. So it's clearly all in your head, man. Joking. No, it does seem to, yeah, I'm glad I changed, you know, I feel like I changed my handle at the right time. I changed it at the right time. I'm glad I did it. Maybe YouTube, you know what, that's what it was. YouTube was waiting for me. YouTube was waiting for me to change that. That's what they were doing. They said, you know what, we're not going to force this change on everyone until we see Madamus changes his handle, because you know Madamus is he is the most important streamer we have. He is the cornerstone of YouTube. So we're going to wait until he changes his, because I changed mine and now they've rolled it out in full. So there we go. Narcissist Mussy, yeah, narcissist much, Madamus. Let me show you my new, Briar Mare wrote her first book, Masked Maiden. I wrote my first one too. It's called Why I'm So Great. They used you to test the new feature. Yeah, they wanted to actually, you know what? They wanted to see if anyone would break down. Will he actually break? Let's see if we can make him break, where he'll finally change his handle. Once we break him into doing it, then everyone else will follow along. Once we break his will, his will. He was holding out. He kept sending us feedback saying, please don't make this change. Everyone hates it. We'll show him. We'll show him. He will be patient zero. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, excuse me. Anything else to mention? Yeah, that's about it. Oh, I did pick up one more thing on eBay too. Hopefully it shows up in time for the Wednesday stream, because I will show it. It is factory sealed, but well, I'll tell you what it is. It's something I already had the generic version of, and I do want to play on a point-and-click stream. And it's something that's been mentioned before in stream by people like Twin Opinion. I picked up the big limited edition gift set version of Star Trek The Next Generation, A Final Unity, which is a limited edition set that always makes me sad because it's numbered and it specifically says on the box that this is the first limited edition in a series in our upcoming... It basically says this is the first in our series of computer-made Star Trek episodes. And apparently, yeah, it never got past that pilot episode because we never had any more Spectrum Holobyte went out of business, and yeah, they put out the one limited edition. They thought they were going to be putting out like one a year, maybe one every 6 months. They probably thought, well, we've got the engine, we just got to, you know, draw new backgrounds. Let me back this up. I wrote one called How to Make a Successful Non-Religious Cult plus 100 Sweet Recipes for Your Sweet Tooth. Nice. I like that. Any type about broken membership, just kidding. Yeah, that's that. Well, that honestly, that's why Luciano, welcome in. That's why I'm hoping the rollout fixed. I'm hoping maybe this change to handles will somehow be connected to the broken membership thing and fix it for everyone. That'd be wonderful. Excuse me. I don't expect it, but it'd be wonderful. Yeah, that reminded me, Dalen. I saw, and I'm gonna do it with my alt. I am gonna set up an alt soon on YouTube, on Twitter. I saw someone, and it was in a meme, and I thought it was the funniest thing. It said like, Jacob and 100 others, 100 others liked your post, but it turned out it was just one person who had who had his username as Jason and 100 others. So I want to do that, I think, with my alt. Madamus plus 576 others or something liked your post. Yeah. I think I'm going to do that. It's probably been done. I don't care if it's been done. I'm doing it too. Because I think it's funny. I don't think the joke gets old. I think that's one of those that's going to be a joke I can make everyone hate me with. All right, chat. We're going to read a book. Let's head to the where's the reading? Where is it? Library? No, hand cam, music, reading. Let's head, and I do need to adjust my audio here. Let's head, chat, into the, I don't know, what do you want to call it? The fireside? Let's head to the fireside, chat. Okay. Now, one thing I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to lower the volume on the fire in the rain. The fireside rain sound you hear in the background, because I noticed last stream that even though it looks good on my levels, it was overwhelming my volume just a touch, just a tad, just a pinch, just a smidgen. But for those of you just joining us, this is, you know, probably what you came for. We are about to start reading, or continue reading, The Galactic Whirlpool by David Gerald. I need to figure out what chapter we ended with. I think we ended with like 16. Yeah, we did the library room. It was a long chapter. What do you think? I think the end is showing. Okay, yep. Okay. There, I found it. Jason plus 100 others likes your post about furries. I don't have a post about furries, but I do hope that Jason liked the I hope Jason liked the post about Uma Musume. I wasn't expecting Omegs to call me out about that on stream. And then for me to, repost it like a dunce. Oh, boy. Let me open a new can of seltzer as we start this. We have Uma Musume at home. Hydration break, chat once more. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. Here is before we start reading your official ASMR for the night. Don't say I never did anything for you. I thought so, Omegs. Oh, shoot, I forgot to mention from last time when I mentioned my Oshi being Gooby, she's baby Mimi from Bond Life. I thought so, because that's why I was, when you were originally saying, oh, wait a second, I thought when you were saying to me, what do you mean you already met my Oshi? That's the point when I was starting to think, oh, okay, this must be his original, the one he had mentioned before. So good. I'm glad to, that's good to know, Omegs. I'm glad she came back. It's always such a, I mean, we've talked about graduations before. It's always such an awful situation. Such a terrible, for whatever reason it happened. That reminds me. I need to check into her. I'm going to mention someone right now. Anami Rana, Frog VTuber. I know she started streaming again she was on Irium, then she took a big hiatus when all that stuff happened. I forget who the name of the person with the drama. Then she came back from hiatus, but I haven't really, I know she's just been doing Irium. I think she's been posting a few song shorts to YouTube, but I haven't seen a bunch. I hope she gets back into full-on streaming here at some point. She got more comfortable with her natural voice, so she no longer sounds the same. Oh, okay, I see. See, I never got to hear her before, Omegs, and I was always sad that I didn't, even though I know you probably had some clips of her and whatnot. In fact, I probably did watch some of your clips. I probably did, and I'm just not placing the voice since it was just in clips. But, that's good. That's good, because I know even Rhea mentioned that. And Rhea, if you look at Rhea Samire's voice in her earlier streams versus her later streams, like a lot of VTubers, she started off, she did the more of the higher pitch, girly, baby, I don't know, babyish, girlyish, anime girl voice, instead of being more natural. And, hats off to anyone who can do that long term, because, I would think that long term, that just is such a strain. That's got to be so draining. Oh, what do we got here? What do we got here? Oh, welcome in, Hiraki. Welcome in. Need to work on stuff, so I'll be lurking. Enjoy your lurk. No worries, we're just now starting to read anyway, so we're just doing the chill reading thing. We were just yapping beforehand, wearing out whatever was left of my throat. But that's good to know, Omegs. Okay. I'm glad. That's one thing, even people who, I've always felt even VTubers who valued them, who really highlight their abilities, want to highlight their abilities as a voice artist, my personal opinion is that's good, but you don't want to be doing that for a 6-hour straight stream every day or every few days, because you're gonna wear out your throat faster, and you're probably going to mentally burn yourself out a bit. I would think too. I would think. Like even mine, I embellish my voice a little. I do embellish my voice, depending on the stream especially. I embellish it a pinch, but I try to be careful with it. Madamus, one thing before we continue. What is with that poll? Because I am more confused about it than the majority of me who's polls. This is a poll. I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't know what to type. I didn't know what to put. So here's the thing. Little VTuber tip, and a little something to suggest to your Oshis if they don't already know it. Polls, apparently the YouTube algorithm likes it. It's a poll to end all polls. This is a poll. Yes, yes it is. Indeed. Indeed, Jennifer. Should have put, do I get paid after taking it? You know, that's one of these things. I didn't realize it until just recently, but apparently YouTube likes polls. Apparently YouTube looks at polls as a boon to your engagement. And so if you put a poll there, yeah, I don't know how much it helps with the algorithm, but I guess there's always a chance it helps, something like that. I hate to play the algorithm game because it is hard. Sometimes it is hard. Now, originally, I will tell you, originally that poll was going to be something else. I was going to have on there, what game should I stream on Thursday? I was going to ask between Goblins and Woodruff and the Schnibble. But then I realized, oh, I just showed my schedule and I already had Woodruff and the Schnibble on it. So I guess that's what we're playing. Let me type something else. Yeah, but you mentioned Miyu's poll. I was afraid it would come off too much as Miyu's poll. The truth is, Miyu, okay, Miyu Akamiya, who I love, y'all know she's one of the top 6, those ones that have really been an influence on me. Probably a lot more than, even if I tell them more than they realize. Her polls, though, are really the type of polls I would want to do, or I would do, but I feel like I can't because it is what she does. It's the type of poll that I naturally do, which is a poll that doesn't make sense. But I was so afraid that because I've rated into her so much, that if I start doing polls that make no sense, that don't make a lot of sense like that, that it would be, oh, well, he's just copying her. Does that make sense? I was thinking, vote, where's Wilford Brimley? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what's winning. Where is he? We don't know. I mean, we do know where he is, R.I.P. But, all right, hydration break again, chat, and then we will start reading the book. Those of you who came in for the reading, we're just starting now, an hour later. Pro streamer and all. If you've been lurking, thank you for doing so. If you're VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. It does help with, and please comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Lover 2, she's definitely, she's how I know you. Yep, that's true. I remember you from her streams too. And even that dude who got gifted a membership today. He must have stopped in here a few times, which I really appreciate, because I know I see him in her streams. I saw, man, that was a happy day for me. There was one time Miyu stopped by one of my streams. I'll never forget the stream it was. I wish I'd see her more, even if it was an alt. She stopped by with, it was Kid Nikki. Yeah, I'm sure Omegs probably remembers that. I love her too. She's on, yeah, but as long as you style yours differently and not copying. Yeah, like your poll, now is different than weird symbols, feet sent reference. Yeah, no, I get that. I figure maybe a good balance. We'll have some real, some genuine polls, and then work in occasional things like this. All right. And my apologies if my voice is a bit rough. I don't rest in enough. I know this. Chapter 17, The Galactic Whirlpool by David Gerald. Outside the light... Let me give you a recap before we start. When we last left the book, the Enterprise had found what they thought was a giant derelict spaceship, which it turned out had originated... Oh, excuse me. Had originated from Earth. Some of its power was still working. There were people on board. They were attacked by one of the people, who they then injured and beamed over to the Enterprise. And now, the Enterprise has learned that the the ship is not a ship. They have just come from the library section and learned that it is actually a lost Earth space station, something from Earth's past, our future, that was set to be decommissioned and instead launched itself into space looking for a new home. And this is where it wound up. Just wondered because I had no idea about the algorithm engagement aspect. Thanks. Yeah, I honestly, okay, before I start reading, yeah, I don't remember. I wish I could remember what streamer told me that. But oh, good night, Judd. Hey, thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. Always appreciate seeing you here, and we will see you later. Yeah, I don't remember who mentioned it, but that's why I do it now. That's the main reason. I used to only post polls when I had something specific to poll, but now it is a, I hate to say engagement farming, but it's engagement farming. Speaking of engagement farming, if you have not liked the stream, I would appreciate if you would do so. It does help me out a ton. But if you feel like disliking it, please don't. I already got ratioed on that, on the cleaning your door and closing your toilet seat short. And you know, those of you who downvoted that, y'all are probably in that category. You probably, you know, don't return the cart to the corral either. I said it. There, I said it. I'm gonna lose subs. I'm gonna lose subs. Taking a stand, being all controversial. Clean your doors. Close your toilet. Return the cart to the corral. YouTube moved the light button. Did it? Because of course they did. Because of course YouTube did. Did they really, Daylin? Is that just on the app? I'll have to look later. I'm looking on a stream. Okay. No, they didn't on the browser, it doesn't look like. But it does seem like they did, but maybe they did on the other. That's annoying. That's annoying. Mobile app has a few differences now. Unsure the web. Yeah, no, the website has differences, but not that. YouTube is being YouTube. Yeah, you know, it's amazing, Jennifer. Yeah, they want you to do all this stuff and then they hide it. Like the other day, the raids we do. I know when they completely changed it, how to find it, made it more difficult, and for a moment, it took me a half second to find it, but I know there was another streamer who had not, like, live streamed or done a raid in months, and they came back. I don't know if they were on hiatus or what, but they were, you know, looking at it, just freaking out, couldn't figure out how to raid, and thankfully they found it before I, you know, could type it in chat, but yeah, YouTube being YouTube. Excuse me, my apologies, chat. I should have muted that. Okay, Galactic Whirlpool. Outside the library, Kirk turned to Spock. What do you think, Spock? I think the ensign could have shortened his presentation considerably. Kirk glanced over. Why? Did you have something better to do? Spock shrugged. Kirk opened his mouth to say something else, then thought better of it. One of the things they teach you at the academy is that the large part of leadership is waiting for the situation to mature before acting. Knowing you have to wait, you might as well make... Excuse me, chat, let me restart that sentence. Knowing you have to wait, you might as well make good use of the time. Instead, he said, "No, I meant about the Wanderer. Is that the official name?" Spock nodded. "I believe so. I hadn't yet begun formulating options for your consideration, Captain." It seems to me that, at the very least, we're going to have to install a cultural reorientation team, then take a delegation back to the nearest starbase to pick up a warp tug to bring that ship into port. Let's have Chekhov find the closest appropriate base. Have Uhura code the log entries and squirt them ahead. and have a new contact team briefed. We're going to have to go back in and find the captain of that ship. They began heading toward the elevator. And we'd better talk to that young woman and find out what kind of people we're going to be dealing with. McCoy looked dour as they entered the sick bay, but then McCoy usually looked dour. "Well, Bones, is she awake yet?" McCoy said, "She's on hold. She started to show signs of coming around a little while ago, but I put her on the buzz box until you could be here." Kirk nodded knowingly. "Why don't you keep her mildly sedated when you bring her up?" "If you want, but she's liable to be more confused." "I was just thinking of you, Bones. She does seem to be quite the warrior. I don't like having my chief surgeon thrown around the sickbay like that." McCoy rubbed his cheek. "Yeah, I can still feel the pain." Kirk peered. "In another couple hours, you'll be wearing it too. Should be a beautiful shiner, Bones." They stepped into the other room, and McCoy touched a control on the side of the medbed. The young woman moaned and twisted under the blanket. Then she yawned and was still again. Her breathing was shallow. Kirk looked to McCoy. "Is that it?" "The buzz box is off. She can wake up any time she wants to. Obviously, she doesn't want to." Kirk touched her shoulder and shook gently. Miss? Hello?" She yawned, then rubbed at her eyes, then rolled over. "Just few more minutes." Kirk, Spock, and McCoy exchanged glances. Kirk tried again. "It's time to wake up." She slapped clumsily at his hand. "Leave alone." And then stopped, and came instantly awake, sitting up suddenly, and staring. She looked from one to the other, doing a sudden take at the alienness of Spock. "Who you?" she demanded. "And where in Hull is this?" Kirk said under his breath, "Here we go again." To the young woman he said, "I know this is going to be difficult for you to understand." She peered suspiciously. "You demons! Savages! Kill me? Eat me? Make me slave?" "It would be difficult to do all three," said McCoy, "especially in that order." She frowned at him. "Is joke? You mock?" "We're friends," Kirk interrupted. "We mean you no harm. You have us confused with someone else. We're not demons or savages, and we're not going to hurt you. My name is Kirk, and this is Spock, and that's Dr. McCoy." He deliberately avoided identifying the Enterprise. "Do you have a name?" "But..." She was confused and anxious. She pulled herself backward on the bed and pulled the blanket up in front of her. "It must be savages. This lower levels, yes?" "No, is not. I mean, this is not the lower levels of your ship." "I know ship. I am warrior. I am guard. I know ship. This not place I know. Therefore is lower level." Kirk looked at Spock for assistance, but Spock remained impassive. "Miss, do you have a name?" She only glared at him. "We're not really communicating here, are we?" He spread his hands wide in a gesture of peace and friendship, and took a gentle half-step toward her. She flinched and shrank back. "I am excuse me. I was reading it in the wrong inflection. I am not a savage. I know I've been accused of acting savagely once in a while, and I know that our appearance is unusual to you, especially Mr. Spock, but I assure you that we are neither savages nor demons. My name is James T. Kirk, and I am the captain of a starship, but not the same ship that you are from. This is a different ship. Your ship is the Wanderer, and my ship is the Enterprise. The Enterprise is a starship capable of traveling faster than the speed of light, and we're from Earth. You make nonsense, she said, but her resistance was lessening. How can we be anywhere if not in ship? And then his words hit her. Earth? You say Earth? A planet. Our planet. Your planet. Once. Your ancestors' homeworld. And suddenly he thought of something. Do you remember a message that the first wanderers sent back to Earth? Our grandchildren will wait for yours among the stars. Well, we're the grandchildren. We've come to meet you. She considered that thought. A long moment passed while she turned it over in her mind. Kirk, Spock, and McCoy looked at each other. At last, she looked up. Where are we? Excuse me. We are aboard the United Starship Enterprise. It's a starship, and it's capable of traveling from one star to another. Is mad story, she said. Is madder still. 3 madmen, old fables, worlds, skies, other ships. There are other ships, Kirk was beginning to look frustrated. Bones, Spock? Don't ask me, I'm a doctor, not a theologian. Bones, sorry. Child talk, said the girl. I hear these stories before, long time back. Is legend, yes? But you believe no. Is confused. Is truth or lie? If story is true, then I am mad. But I am not mad, so you must. Is madmen or demons? Kirk was beginning to show some anxiety himself. Look, miss, what can I do to prove to you that we're not demons? Is nothing. Is told that madmen, savages, and demons will tell half-truths more convincing than whole truths. Is demon tricks to make me think I mad, yes? Bones? Spock? Kirk gestured the others over to him. He lowered his voice. What would you, think if we took her up to the bridge and showed her the outside of her own world? Spock looked thoughtful. It seems the only logical course, Captain. This way has produced little or no useful result. On the other hand, Jim, McCoy put in, you're asking a lot of this girl. You're asking her to just set aside in a few moments everything she's known all of her life. She can't do that any more easily than you or I could. Maybe Spock could do it, in the face of superior logic. But human beings aren't so calculating, and you have to be gentle with her. Kirk considered both points of view. He turned back to the girl. Listen, you know what savages look like. Do we look like savages to you? She looked at each of them carefully, then shook her head. Do we look like demons or madmen? She looked at each of them again, then pointed at Spock. He is demon, look. Then another look. But only little. It's kind face. Both McCoy and Kirk turned to look at Spock's face. Kind? Spock looked impassively back without comment. Kirk turned to the girl again. You seem to think that savages always hurt people. Have we hurt you yet? She thought about it. Is trick? Is no trick. Is not hurt? Then why don't you trust us? For just this little bit. You have nothing to lose. Kirk stopped himself, realizing something inside. Nothing to lose? She didn't know that. Listen. I'll promise you something. I promise you that you will return to your own ship, to your home, and nothing bad will happen to you. We just want to show you some things first. We'll answer every question you want to ask. All we ask in return is that you do look at what we want to show you, and look very carefully. Do you understand that? She looked insulted. Is understand? You think I child? Well, it's just that Kirk looked flustered, looked to Spock and McCoy, then back to the girl again. It's just that you haven't exactly been what we would call cooperative until now. She looked thoughtful. Is how long here? For a few more hours, whenever you're ready. Is ready now. Is warrior always ready? A thought occurred to Kirk then as she slid off the medbed. Let me ask you something. We understand your talk only with some difficulty. Can you understand us? Is easy. Is talk like old tapes. Nobody talk like that except in game or church. Kirk looked at her. Can you do it? I mean, can you talk to us like we talk? She met his eyes with a curious stare and said again, sure, if I want to, but it seems very wasteful of energy to use so many extra words in a sentence to say the same thing. And that's the end of chapter 17, chat. Let me see what I've missed in chat, and we'll continue on. Matt sneezed. Did I sneeze? I didn't think I sneezed. If I did sneeze, my apology. I know I coughed. Because my throat is wrecked. Hydration break, chat. If you've got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. It's a polar seltzer I'm drinking tonight. Strawberry watermelon. Again, if you're lurking, thank you for lurking. VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. And those of you watching the VOD early, I do promise to get the chapter stops in there later tonight. She's not wrong. English is kind of overly complicated. Yeah, you know, I was thinking it kind of reminded me of the difference between English and Japanese, where the Japanese have so many, I hate to say words, but so many sounds put together that, I guess it would be words, but that mean the same, that have multiple meanings. And so that's one of the reasons it's difficult to translate, is because so many things seem shortened because they're all based on whatever the context is at the time. So you can have something that means something completely different just depending on the context, which I mean is true with English, but even more so. Yeah, English is very complicated. Excuse me. Which is probably the reason I feel like I struggle with other languages too, because it's that complexity. Sometimes if things are too simple, I feel like I wouldn't be getting the point across, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. I need to stretch real quick. My apologies, chat. I've been sitting on this chair way too long. Even though I do have my fancy chair butt pad. That was a weird thing to say on stream. I'll have to show it on. I'll pull it up sometime. The meme let's eat grandpa. I don't think I've seen that meme. I'll look that up later, Daylin. Ooh, I don't think I've seen that. Oh dear. I need to cough real quick. Okay. Chapter 18. The elevator door whooshed open. The girls stepped onto the bridge with wide eyes. She was flanked by Kirk and McCoy. Spock followed discreetly. This, said Captain Kirk, is the nerve center of my ship. We're taught that there is only one ship, the ship. There are legends, stories of the old days, and pictures. She lapsed into silence, brooding over something, then abruptly said, but nobody ever really believed those stories. They were fantasy. They didn't have anything to do with real life. And even if they did, none of us are going to live long enough to see Journey's End. So the whole question of planets and stars is, oh, I don't know the word, is difficult. I'm not actor. Not able to do this. Careful if you do. Gotcha. It's all right. I think we get the idea. You're more, that is, you communicate more than you think you do. Kirk took her by the hand and led her to the captain's chair. Now, you stand here and look forward at that big screen. Mr. Sulu? The helmsman touched a control on his panel and the forward view screen lit up. Is stars? Yes, nodded Kirk. Those are stars. Is pictures? I see pictures of stars at home. We have stars too. 1 year, I serve on crew to replace burned out stars in ceilings. Is important job. I can believe it. But these are different. These are real stars. Your lights are only your lights are simulation stars, meant to look like the real things. She weighed the statement. But stories all say that real stars are big. Yes, they are. But these stars are small. But that's because they're so far away that they look small. She turned to stare at him incredulously. This is logic? This is logic? Captain, said Spock. This girl has lived all of her life in an environment where the farthest object that she has ever seen has only been 50 meters away, if that. Kirk understood. He turned to Sulu again. Helmsman, do you have something appropriate from the library? Coming right up, Captain. He touched the keyboard in front of him, looked at the screen, then touched again. The image on the forward screen scrambled, then cleared to show the surface of Capella, the red giant as seen from a close approach satellite. A seething, churning inferno, a vast boiling surface of tortured light. The girl shrank back in fear from the screen. Then, realizing it was only an image, and nobody else was demonstrating anxiety, she stiffened her resolve and stared at the screen again. Her nervousness diminished. After a moment, the image shrank to a pinpoint. And that's what a star looks like from far away, said Kirk. But there are so many of them, she said. How is that possible? There are more stars than you can imagine, Kirk said to her. I can't begin to show you how full of light the sky is, but I'd like to try. She looked at him oddly. Is what? Kirk said, I would like to show you the stars. Is showing now? Her face was perplexed. Is showing, yes? I meant I would like to show you from the surface of a planet someday. Planet? A world, not a spaceship. A ship is like a container. It holds in the good things and keeps them safe from the bad things. Like upper levels keep out demons of lower levels. Ah, something like that. But a world, a planet... He stopped himself, searching for the right words. A planet doesn't have walls. Is no protection, then? Very bad. I don't think I like planet. Yes, well, I guess after all, a planet is very much a matter of individual taste, isn't it? Mr. Sulu, do you have some pictures of planets? Aye, aye, Captain. He punched up a new series of images, a whirling, dazzling kaleidoscope of light, a pastoral wonderland of landscapes, a lighthouse on a stormy seacoast lashed by crimson breakers, blue and purple clouds streaking across a yellow sky, rays of light piercing the gloom of a forest of giant yarrows, all green and dusky, a 10-meter stingfish leaping high out of the ocean of satin, a sterile desert under a blue-white pinpoint of brilliance, a rolling field of red-orange blossoms stretching toward a distant city of emerald spires, a soaring glider making lazy turns against a carpet of yellow cirrocumulus clouds, a tarantula scuttling from its shelter beneath a jagged outcrop of shiny black crystal. The girl stared, amazed, entranced. Is trick. Is must be. But She fell into silence, biting her lower lip, and stared a while longer. A silver moon above a magic sea, a slope of sparkling aspen, a glittering golden harvest underneath a towering range of awesome and forbidding mountains, a canyon layered in shades of brown and red, ochre, black and amber. At the bottom, barely visible, a tiny aircraft hovered above the silver ribbon of the river that had carved it. No, is not possible. Is simulated image, right? Is model. Is all must be demon trick. They warned that demons would do trickery. I did not know it would be so... She whirled to Kirk. Why you do this to me? Kirk made a mistake. He took a step forward to reassure her. He reached for her hands. She leaped back, crouching into an action stance. The crewman at the engineering station came over the railing at her, but she rolled him over her shoulder like so much falling meat. A sidewise leap as she was at the elevator door, which opened with a whoosh behind her. She slid sideways into it, and the door slid shut behind her. Kirk and Spock exchanged a knowledgeable glance. She can't escape. Kirk nodded, annoyed with himself anyway. He stepped to his control chair. McCoy shook his head. I warned you that the possibility for cultural shock was severe. We didn't have any choice, Bones. Kirk switched on the ship's communications channel. Security alert, all decks. A girl from the Wanderer is loose aboard the Enterprise. Do not hurt her. I repeat, do not hurt her. Bring her to the bridge. Abruptly, behind him, the elevator door opened again. A badly frightened and flustered young girl stood there, almost in tears. It won't go up. It won't go up. And then the door whooshed shut again. Kirk and Spock exchanged another glance. Kirk moved toward the door, but it did not open a third time. Obviously, Captain, she believes she is still somewhere aboard the Wanderer. The idea that she might be on another ship is as difficult for her to accept as it might be for a medieval monk to comprehend the idea of being on another world. In other words, very nearly impossible. This is going to be a harder job than I thought. An old memory bubbled up to the surface of his mind. The night a dragon bird escaped from its temporary pen at Spiderport. They had tracked it by its trail of mangled dogs and monkeys. Why did this situation remind him of that? Probably because the girl was a warrior in her own world, and a good one. They had already seen proof of that in sickbay. Spock was saying something. How would you feel, Captain, if you were to come face to face with the historical truth that formed the basis for the common human conception of God? It would be difficult for you to accept that what was previously a specialized kind of belief, one that does not seem to have direct influence over day-to-day events, does in actuality have a very real and tangible existence that must be accepted and dealt with. And in doing so, your conception of the way the universe works would have to be totally restructured. And if you couldn't handle that, you would probably go quite mad. McCoy turned to look at him angrily, then to Kirk, but he didn't speak. There was nothing that needed to be said. The look on Kirk's face said it all. That's the end of chapter 18. Oh, what have I missed? Careful if you do. Might have asked. Gonna head for breakfast. Good luck with the stream. Hey, thank you, Hiraki. Have a great night. Have a good or a good day. Boy, you don't eat breakfast at night. Well, I mean, some people do. Have a good breakfast. Have a good day. We will see you later. And good luck with. I don't know if you're streaming today. If you're streaming today, good luck with your stream. Hope you have a great stream. Hydration break chat. If you've got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Okay. Let me just check something, chat. Just checking something real quick. Okay. Excuse me. My apologies for that. Like I said, my throat is wrecked, but we're going to make it. We're going to do a lot of this tonight, I hope. Chapter 19. She was lost, and she was running. The world was suddenly ripped apart. It was filled with faces she had never seen before, and it smelled different. Not bad, but different. And when she tried to make the elevator go up, there was no up. How could she get back to the upper levels if there was no up? She was sobbing. I want to go home. Please, take me home. And a soft voice, almost a pleasant one, answered, Where do you wish to go, please? You'll have to be more specific. Anywhere, away, safety. Who was that? The voice said, I detect anxiety and stress. Sick bay is on residential deck 6. And then the elevator did move. First downward, and then sideways. She grabbed the handle on the wall in terror and screamed and screamed and screamed. When the door finally opened, she fled without looking, past startled white faces turning suddenly, past open hallways and doors, but the curve of the floor was all wrong. It didn't curve at all. She made a 90-degree turn down the first corridor on her right and continued running, but still the floor didn't curve upward under her feet. Instead, the corridor curved sideways, taking her around and back to the place she began. There were men there, in red shirts, and holding those strange-looking weapons. She skidded past them in fright. They saw her, hey, and came running after. She barreled through a knot of men and women, sending them sprawling, and then down another corridor, and another, a safe-looking darkness. She charged into it, and it was a dead end. She turned around to face her pursuers. She would die fighting, but behind her there was only the bright, square light of the end of the tunnel. The hallway was empty, and then a single figure stepped into the light, thin and holding his hands high. Hello there, he called. Remember me? I'm Kevin Riley, the fellow who... No, I guess you shouldn't remember. Look, I'm so sorry you're scared. Don't come any closer. He spread his hands wide in a gesture of acceptance. No problem, I won't hurt you. Honest. Neither will anyone else here. Captain Kirk is on his way down. Is no Captain Kirk. Is only one captain. Look, Miss, you're going to have to trust us a little bit. Cannot trust demons. We want to take you back to your own world. We want you to help us talk to your people. Prophet? You want me to be prophet? In legend, end of journey, the wanderers will be met by the visitors. The visitors will pick one to be prophet. And who will these visitors be? They will be the children of those who were left behind. Oh, I see. Well, that description sort of fits us, I guess. Look, I don't like shouting down this corridor. Can I come a little closer? He didn't wait for her to reply. He just took a few steps forward. Is this all right? She didn't answer. We're the descendants of the people of Earth. But story is not true. It's fable. It's for studying, for meaning, not for actual event. Is impossible. How can we be met by those we left behind, unless we travel in circle? And we not do that, so you must be savage demon. Not exactly. Although I am something of a terror when I get a little drunk. But you can call me Kevin. Honest. We've traveled very, very fast to catch up to you. Faster than light. She snorted. At the end of the corridor, 3 more figures appeared, silhouettes. But she could tell by the way they stood who they were. The one who called himself Captain, the tall one with the strange ears, and the one called Bones. She shrank back. Keep them away from me. They tell lies. Riley turned around, faced the others. Sir, could you just keep back a minute, please? Kirk and Spock exchanged a glance, then shrugging, backed up. You see, said Riley, we can be trusted. Now, if you want, you can stay here in this corner for as long as you feel you need to, and nobody will bother you. But sooner or later, you're going to get hungry, or want to clean up a little. Or, what I mean is, I'll stay by you and make sure that nobody hurts you, if that would make you feel better. Who are you? She demanded. I told you, I'm Kevin Riley. She shook her head. Not that. I know all that. I want to know, who are you? We're human beings, like yourself, like your people. And we're the crew of a starship, another ship, and you're on that ship now. How can I get back? We'll take you back. There are two ways. We can beam you back, or we can... He stopped and thought. Yes, perhaps we should show you. He looked back down the corridor to Kirk and Spock. Then to the girl again. Wait there. Please, don't go away. And he moved back down to the end of the corridor to whisper with the others. She eyed them suspiciously, but waited. She could not get past them, and even if she could, where could she go? And then Kevin Riley was coming back. It's all right. I've talked to them. If you're ready, we'll take you back to your own world now. Is truth? Is truth. Scout's honor. He held up his right hand. She stared. Scout's honor? You are Scout? He nodded solemnly. Wolfpack number 11... Wolfpack number 11340, Van Nuys, California. She took a step forward, then caught herself and pulled back. She asked, What is motto? Be prepared. Her eyes went wide. This could not be a trick. Savages couldn't possibly know. And then she broke down and cried. She couldn't contain it anymore. So much had happened to her, strange and terrifying, and all so confusing. She buried her face in her hands and began to sob in great heaving, rasping gasps of air. Riley looked at her and saw not a frightened woman, but a frightened little girl whose world had just collapsed. He couldn't help himself. He moved forward and gathered her into his arms. It'll be all right, he whispered. It'll be all right. What's your name? She didn't answer at first, just kept crying. Although she did turn and cry into his chest, holding on to him as if she needed to reassure herself of his solidity. Then after a while, she managed to say, My name is Kathleen. Kathleen. That's very pretty. He stroked her hair as he held her. She sniffled. My friends call me Catlin. Catlin? Kathleen Arwen. I'll take you home again, Kathleen. Not yet. Just a minute. She held him tightly for a while longer. Riley managed to steal a glance toward the open end of the corridor to see Spock, Kirk, and McCoy nonchalantly studying the craftsmanship of the ceiling, the walls, the floors. Their gaze was anywhere but there. I'm ready now. He looked down into her face. There were tear streaks down her cheeks. He brushed them away with his fingertips. I won't let anyone hurt you, Kathleen Arwen. Catlin. And taking her by the hand, he turned her toward the dead end of the corridor. He hit a security hand panel on the wall, and the end of the tunnel split and slid apart to reveal Shuttlecraft Bay 3, a wide open space, blazing and brilliant, and flat, absolutely geometrically distant and terrifyingly flat. It was a room like none she had ever seen before in her life. A single tiny craft waited before her. She stood and stared, unable to move. Riley had to physically guide her forward into the light. Behind them, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy followed bemused. And that is the end of Chapter 20. Let me see what I missed. Time for a cult. Yeah, it is sweet. Oh, goodness. Hydration break. That's the end of Chapter 19. I think I said that. Chapter 20. We're starting Chapter 20. If you've got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate chat. If you're lurking, thanks for lurking. VOD watching, thanks for VOD watching. My apologies for stammering and stuttering a little bit with my reading. I seemed to be a lot smoother last week. Not sure what the reason is. I probably yapped too much beforehand. Yeah, that must be really, really, really hard to bear. I mean, the thought of, I look at my own faith, and the thought of if something ever came along to shatter or explain away my own faith, my religious faith, I don't know what would happen to me. I don't know how I'd react. Now, I don't expect that to happen. If I expected that, it wouldn't be faith, would it? I mean, obviously, if it's something you expect something to come along and explain it away, then you obviously never believed it to begin with. But, yeah, wow. Really massive when you consider it. Excuse me, I do need to cough. And please let me know, chat, if the sound of the fire and the rain is too loud, compared to my voice or anything. If there are any audio issues. Excuse me, because like I said, there were some issues with the last stream that I don't know how it happened. I'm tweaking something. There we go. Oh boy, I think I've got the hiccups. Oh, please don't let me have hiccups. Chapter 20. There were actually 3 shuttlecraft bays on the Enterprise. The main bay was at the tail of the ship's engineering module, but the 2 smaller auxiliary bays were located in the bottom section of the main disk, toward the edges. Taxis didn't launch from these bays so much as they fell out. Excuse me. The auxiliary bays were rarely used, except by maintenance crews, and the craft they held were of extremely limited range. They could be used for traveling from one ship to another, or for transporting passengers or cargo to a nearby space station. But journeys beyond 1,250 kilometers or lasting more than 6 hours would exhaust a taxi's fuel and life support systems. A taxi could hold 6 passengers comfortably, more if they were friendly. As they dropped out of the bay into darkness, Catwin's hands tightened on the arms of her seat. But she held herself steady. She was a warrior, and would not betray fear. "It's all right," whispered Riley. "Captain Kirk is one of the best drop jockeys in the fleet. When he was in the academy, he won the Gold Crown 2 years in a row." Riley was genuinely enthusiastic. "He invented the Tiberian reverse. And who do you think the Kirk evasion is named after?" That's the one with the mandatory double victory roll at the end, because if you survive it, you've won." She looked at him blankly. "Never mind." She turned back to the forward posts. She turned back to the forward ports. The single-lighted frame of the shuttlecraft bay was receding rapidly. Kirk spoke into his microphone. "Now, Sulu." And suddenly the exterior lights of the Enterprise came on, revealing the great ship in all its proudest glory. Catwin gasped at the size of it. Kirk turned around and grinned. It always touches me that way, too. Then he turned back to his controls. The gentle sidewise nudge of acceleration was the only clue that he was bringing the taxi into a new heading. Now they were rising in relation to the giant Starfleet vessel, moving up beyond the main disk section. As they did so, the Wanderer became visible beyond it. The great cylinder turned slowly in the void, the shadows of its superstructures moving lazily across its hull. The lights of the probes lit the vessel with a silvery glow. Catwin gasped, crying out suddenly, "That's it! That's the world!" And then she stopped herself and stared at the Enterprise again. She looked to Kirk, amazed, and then to Riley, and even to Spock and McCoy, and finally back to Kirk. "You spoke the truth, didn't you?" He looked at her, and his eyes were compassionate. "The hardest part was that we knew how difficult it would be for you to comprehend." But she was looking out the port again. "The world, it's so tiny." "No, that's only an illusion. It's really very big." Kirk touched his controls again, and the taxi began to move forward. The distant vessel began to swell in the port as the Enterprise dropped past them. Catwin's eyes widened with wonder as they approached. She never took her eyes from the port. "Those are the aft fusion units. They've been inactive for generations." "Oh, and that must be the ram scoop. And there are the deep distance radar antennae and..." Kirk stared at her. "You know what all that equipment is?" "Of course, everybody does. I studied my geography." "Don't you study your own world?" "Worlds. Plural. We study all our worlds. But do you understand what all those things are supposed to do?" "Of course. Let me ask you this. Who do you think built those devices?" "Human beings did, of course. Men and women, like ourselves." "And the hull of the ship as well?" "Of course." "And where were all those people before the world was built?" She stopped and looked at him. "In the other ship. There was another L5 structure, you know." "But where did that other ship come from? Who built that?" "Human beings, of course. I thought you knew your history." She was honestly puzzled. There were little ships before there were big ones." "But where did the first ships come from?" She shrugged. "I'm not a theologian. I don't think about things like that. Questions about the origin of the world are best left to those who... She stopped. "What are you trying to tell me?" Kirk turned back to the controls and studied them again. Riley touched Catwin's shoulder. "I think he wants you to understand that the ships, all of them, are artificial environments. They had to be built. And that means that there was a time before they were built. And the people lived on planets. On one planet, called Earth. You'd like it. It's the best world for human beings in the whole universe." "But it's generations away." "Not anymore. We were on Earth less than 7 months ago." She looked into his eyes as if somehow the truth of his words could be determined there. "Really? Earth? The legendary homeworld still really exists?" Riley nodded. "I was born there." She started trembling. You're gods. If you're not demons, then you must be gods." She fell to her knees and grasped at Riley's hands, burying her face in his lap. "Forgive me, my lords. Forgive me." Behind them, McCoy put one hand over his eyes and made a sound in his throat. Kirk at the controls coughed gently to cover his embarrassment for her. Spock remained impassive. Said Riley, pulling her up to her chair again. "No, we're not gods. The legends speak of the end of the journey, The most fanciful story is that someday we will be met by those who we left behind, the visitors, and they will be as gods to us." Riley held her hands. "Then you are a god too, because your ancestors are from Earth too." He began to speak to her of the journey, the vast distances between the stars, and the dream, the singular vision that propelled the human species outward. He spoke of the hope of discovery and the joyous wonders of the sky. He told her of the million light-year vision, and how there were those who wanted the stars so badly that they would die in space so that their distant children might know them. And then there were questions to be answered. Hard questions. Is it morally right to condemn several generations of your descendants to a hard life alone in the void between the stars? Because without faster-than-light travel, it will take at least 3 generations to reach another sun. But then he spoke again of courage and daring and dreams, and how the story of her world, the Wanderer, was a legend throughout the worlds of humanity, the lost colony, the first brave men and women to dare the stars, the ones who sailed the sea of night. If we are gods to you, Catwin, then you and your people, you are gods to us, because you are the first star travelers in all of human history. If it weren't for the unanswered question that your world represented, no other human beings might have dared to follow for centuries more." Riley was fibbing a bit on that last point. The preliminary work on faster-than-light travel had already been well underway the day the Wanderer had crossed the orbit of Neptune, at that time the outermost planet, because Pluto was on the inner lap of its orbit, and left the solar system forever. But those aboard the Wanderer had never heard about the secret warp drive development projects then in progress. Even the impulse engine was only in the first testing stages at that time. The technology that would make the Wanderer's journey unnecessary had already been moving off the drawing boards. But for political reasons, nobody told the men and women of the colony. And when Starfleet vessels finally were able to begin looking for the lost colony, so many years had passed that there was no way to know where it might have disappeared to, until now. So close to just getting her home without the god that, yeah, no kidding. Catwin listened in silence, only occasionally asking for clarification of some minor point. There was so much that she did not understand. I am discovering that I have lived in a single corridor of the universe, and the universe is more than corridors. There were tears running down her cheeks again. I am joyous, Kevin Riley, at being given the gift of so much knowledge, but I am sad too, because I begin to see a little better now. She pointed at the Wanderer, still swelling in the forward port. It filled their view and still was many kilometers distant. My world, we're at war. We have been at war for so long that no one now alive remembers a time when there was not a battle. There was a mutiny many generations ago, a terrible battle. Kirk and Spock exchanged a meaningful glance. Spock's extrapolation had been correct. Catwin continued. The rebellion was crushed, but not without great damage to the world, and strict controls established. The rebels who survived fled to the lower levels, where they have lived ever since. Sometimes they raid the civilized part of the world, but the frontier is well guarded, as you have seen. Riley nodded. We saw. I was the one who captured you, Catwin. You? He nodded. I'm sorry if I hurt you, but I can't say I'm sorry to have brought you aboard the Enterprise, else we would not be talking now. She accepted the information without judgment. She turned back to the port and stared again. My world, I thought it was a good world, a proud place, and I believed in it, and I believed in my life as a warrior. Now I'm not so sure anymore. It's such a tiny little thing, isn't it? So fragile. All worlds are fragile, said McCoy. Even Earth. That's why we must cherish them and live in them wisely. My people, perhaps we are not so wise anymore, she added. In the schools, we are taught our history, the dreams of stars, the journey, the mutiny, and the new order of life. Our national purpose now is no longer so noble. No one talks of stars. When someone speaks of the original dream, there is always someone to answer him that we cannot look for stars until the last shred of the rebellion is crushed. The journey is canceled until the mutiny is suppressed. But nobody really tries to conquer the savages. There are too many of them, and the world is too large, and they have too many places to hide. So the war continues forever, and no one dreams of stars anymore. Kirk had been strangely silent all this time, concentrating on his piloting, it seemed. Now with the tiny craft moving along the great hull of the Wanderer, a giant wall of metal in the port, he turned around and looked at Catelyn. How many people are alive aboard your world, Catelyn? I don't really know. Take a guess. She thought a moment. Not counting the savages, and nobody knows how many of them there really are, although I would think there aren't as many as there used to be, not since the auxiliary fusion units were shut down, plunging that part of the world into darkness. I would guess that there are perhaps 3,000 people in the world. Kirk looked to Spock, alarmed. McCoy's face, too, showed concern. It was on all three of their minds, but it was Spock who said the words aloud. When the Wanderer left Earth's system, there were 30,000 people alive on it, and it had the facilities to support 3 times that many. Catelyn looked at him. What are you saying? The implication is obvious. Your world may be dying. She didn't answer. She turned and looked at the vast metallic landscape beyond the window. Her expression was unreadable. After a moment she said, I don't think I'm ready to go back to my people yet. I wouldn't know what to tell them. She looked at Kirk, at Riley, at Spock, and McCoy. Can we go back to the Enterprise? I have questions I need to ask you. Kirk swiveled to face her, smiling gently. That was all we ever wanted from you in the first place. I guess we had to wait until you wanted it yourself. She looked at him curiously. I have a right to change my mind. Isn't that just like a woman? McCoy started to say, but Spock cut him off. Under the circumstances, the science officer said, it's a perfectly logical decision. And that's the end of chapter 20. Wow, leave it to McCoy. I gotta say, that's part of why I love McCoy. I just love curmudgeonly McCoy. I know I've said that in past streams and when we've talked Star Trek, but darn. That just really yep, there we go. McCoy in a full moon game. Oh yeah. Calm down. Woman. Oh dear. Yep, indeed. Love McCoy. Alright, hydration break again, chat. Yep, he's wild. Indeed. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. We'll start chapter 21. Oops, I bumped the mic. My apologies about that. I do need to cough. I'm sorry. Okay. Chapter 21. The briefing room again. Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Scotty, Uhura, and various other section chiefs. Where's Chekhov? He'll be late, Captain, said Uhura. He's waiting for the computer to confirm some calculations. All right, said Kirk. We'll start without him. Let's go over our options. I think, interrupted a youngish female lieutenant, I think we, have to, remember the, prime directive here. And it, seems to me that, after everything else is considered, a strong legal case could be made for, the fact that, these people consider themselves an autonomous world. And, in such a case, the prime directive would, certainly be, applicable. Kirk nodded thoughtfully. Munker was the Enterprise's legal advisor, and despite her tendency to dither, she was considered to be one of the sharpest lawyers in Starfleet. He said, I don't think the prime directive is particularly applicable here, though. What we have is a clear case of an inhabited derelict, and in such a case we must make ourselves known to the inhabitants and offer immediate assistance. But, considering that these people do not easily accept the existence of other ships, the mere act of making ourselves known to them is, in effect, a clear and present case of interfering with, the stability of their culture. And that, would be, a violation of the prime directive. Kirk leaned back in his chair and looked at her. She was not bad looking. Okay, Kirk. She was not bad looking. She had dark, curly hair and perky features, but she wore a perpetually confused expression. He exhaled loudly, the closest thing to a sign of annoyance he would make in front of an I missed part of that. The closest thing to a sign of annoyance he would make in front of an underling. How come, he addressed the group at large, how come every time we discuss the applicability of the prime directive to a situation, we end up having to break it? He made a wave-away gesture. Never mind. It's only a rhetorical question. Perhaps that's the reason for the prime directive, to make us think twice before we do meddle. In any case, we've already invoked the local autonomy section, and in my opinion, there is sufficient reason to warrant the attempt at contact so that we may offer technical aid. Of course, it will mean that the inhabitants will have to give up their war. He smiled. But under the circumstances, that will probably be a step in the right direction. Now, aside from the legal question, he nodded to Munker, are there any other reasons why we should not try to contact the captain of the Wanderer? He looked around the table. None? Good. All right, then. Let's proceed to the next consideration. The mechanics of the operation. Spock noted thoughtfully. Captain, we've already seen the extreme reaction of the young woman from the Wanderer, Kathleen Arwen. Excuse me, I bumped the mic there. Sorry, chat. Just a moment. I do need to mute this for a second. Sorry about that, chat. Kirk gonna make use of it. Oh dear. At least he made full use of the hotel. Oh dear. Excuse me. Captain, we've already seen the extreme reaction of the young woman from the Wanderer, Kathleen Arwen, who when confronted with the fact of the existence of the Enterprise, and it took drastic steps to convince her of the truth of the situation. I suggest that we stop for a moment and consider what effect that kind of cultural shock will produce when multiplied by 3,000 individuals. That may be a risk we have to take. Jim, interrupted McCoy, it's not a risk that we have to take. It's a risk that the people aboard the Wanderer have to take. And they don't have any choice in the matter. Bones, I'm well aware of the problem. By the mere act of going in to contact them, we will inevitably produce a cultural shock. But we have to contact them to offer assistance. There isn't any other way. If you know a way to ask them if they need help without actually letting them know we exist, I'd like to hear it. Jim, there's got to be a better way. The girl, perhaps. But would they listen to her? Consider the dynamics of the situation. She's going to have some very convincing proof, or they'll think she's been brainwashed by the demons. I think, perhaps we should, consider another possibility? Kirk looked to Munker. Yes, Ensign? Due to the, extreme uncertainty of the situation, and, the unusualness of it, perhaps it would be best to, hold off on a decision. We, can secure, Starfleet authorization. A visible flicker of annoyance crossed Kirk's face, but he erased it quickly. That's not the way we do things on the Enterprise, Munker, he said coldly. We have been granted the authority to make decisions on behalf of Starfleet because it is expected that we will apply our intelligence to make the right decisions without having to check back with base. There are situations where the time lag, even with subspace radio, would be prohibitive. If we cannot make these difficult decisions ourselves, then we should not be commanding the power of this Starfleet vessel. And that philosophy applies to everyone aboard this ship, from the captain on down. I understand that, Captain, but perhaps this is a situation that is beyond our capabilities, and I think we have to consider that possibility. Kirk closed his eyes and thought for a moment. First, he had to force himself to get past the dithering of his legal aid. Look, he turned to her. Starfleet insists that we have a space lawyer aboard to advise us on our legal position, and that's as it should be. But let me make one thing very, very clear right now, Lieutenant. Failure to make a decision is a decision in itself, and it is almost always the wrong one. We are here to make a decision, not postpone it. I understand that, sir. But, this is not a situation where, there is extreme urgency. And, that does affect our legal position. And there is a precedent in the case of the briefing room door whooshed open. Then, I'm sorry, let me try that sentence again. My apologies, chat. Pro reader. The briefing room door whooshed open then, and a disheveled Chekhov came bursting in. Kirk was grateful for the well-timed interruption. I'm sorry I'm late, Captain, but I had some calculations that had to be completed, and I wanted to be sure, so I ran them a second time, and... Kirk lifted a hand in cheerful benevolence. It's all right, Mr. Chekhov. You didn't miss anything. Thank you. Chekhov moved quickly to his seat. Munker was already continuing. There is a precedent for, referring back to Starbase. Kirk was about to stop her when Chekhov interrupted. He hadn't even finished sitting down. There isn't time, he said flatly. And the expression on his face was one of near terror. As head swiveled in his direction, he said, That ship, the Wanderer, in 13 months, it will be beyond all help. Eh? They're heading for Ellison's star, a catastrophic variable. In fact, it's the largest catastrophic variable in the spiral arm of the galaxy. But, that's almost 2 light years away. Certainly there's time. And it will take 13 months of full power from that ship's fusion engines to make enough of a course correction to save it. Chekhov continued right over Munker's objections as if she hadn't spoken at all. And if they're going to achieve any kind of workable trajectory, They have to begin accelerating within 15 days. And that means they're going to have to start powering up their fusion engines immediately. This is not a question of law, Captain, unless, of course, you count Newton's 3 laws of motions and all the rest of modern physics. But, surely we can do something to keep them from hitting the star. Chekhov shook his head. It's not quite that simple. If it were only a question of them being on a course where they might hit the star, then we would have as long as a year. But they're not even going to pass close enough to the star to be endangered, at least not by Ellison's star. What is going to happen is that the star will exert just enough pull on them to make an alteration of their own, an alteration in their course, a significant alteration. They're going to be pulled into a new course 111 degrees off their previous heading, and that new course will put them headed straight toward... Chekhov paused, and Kirk could see the beads of sweat on his forehead. Straight for the galactic maelstrom. There was a stunned silence in the briefing room. Kirk half rose to his feet and stared down the full length of the table at Chekhov. What? I'm sorry, Captain. That's why I was so late. I had to double-check my figures. There's no doubt about it. Kirk sank back into his seat, stunned. He had known they were close, but this close? Excuse me. Imagine a black hole, if you can, a place where the bottom drops out of the universe, where gravity is so intense not even light can escape, a place where time and space are sucked into a vortex of impossibility, and even the laws of physics are twisted beyond recognition. Now imagine a second one. Imagine the two of them tumbling about each other in the classic two-body problem of astrophysics. Only the tumbling isn't stable. The two singularities come rushing at each other wildly, loop around each other, and then go whirling back into space. The interlocking ellipses of their orbits are like a vast propeller, 3 light years in diameter. Nothing, excuse me, there wasn't a nothing. I don't know where I got nothing. Imagine this propeller turning lazily, slicing through the nothingness of space, a giant grinding wheel of destruction. Imagine this wheel sweeping through the galaxy for 1 billion years, its intense gravitational waves creating disastrous effects on everything it passes near. Stars explode into supernovae at the merest brush of its presence. Solar systems shatter into dust. Lost planets go spinning through the darkness, frozen and alone. The churning whirlpool is a one-way funnel without a bottom. Fragments of stars can be caught in this maelstrom, long streamers of still burning gas. Some of the dead bodies are glowing balls of neutronium, only a few kilometers wide. Cherenkov radiation glows like a beacon around the 2 great holes. Matter streaks across space to disappear into nothingness. An oblate red giant flattens into a disk and then becomes a crimson ring around one of the holes. A blue-white pinpoint is ripped apart between the 2 opposing pulls. A whirligig of 3 neutron stars goes spinning past these pulls apart as they funnel down toward bottomless terror. 100 stars are caught in the gravitational whirlpool. 1,000 planets follow. This is no easy death. Some of these worlds have been caught for as long as time has flowed forward. Unaccountable thousands of objects whirl around this... Unaccountable thousands of objects whirl around this horror. Once caught inside, time slows to a crawl, and they tumble forever. The light is so twisted that radiation so the radiation so fierce that not even the most sophisticated detectors known to Starfleet can determine exactly what is occurring within the vast sweep of the propeller blades described by these two orbiting black holes. This cosmic whirlpool, the galactic maelstrom, goes on and on and on, growling down through time, eating everything in its path, cutting a swath 30 light years wide through the galaxy. In just a little more than 3 million years, it will eat the Earth. Kirk's problem, however, was a little more immediate. The maelstrom, Chekhov was saying, is 15 years beyond Ellison's star. That is, the center of it is, it's at its most extended now. With the two singularities at their widest distance, it's at its most extended now, with the two singularities at their widest distances apart. That puts the nearest edge of the effects quite close to us. Cosmically speaking, that is. Spock said quietly, even at this distance, we are still well within the E-ring of detectable events. In fact, we are most likely experiencing second-degree time dilation, and will probably have to reset our inertial clocks when we next return to base. My calculations suggest a 7 microsecond discrepancy has already piled up. That much? Asked Kirk. Spock nodded. The maelstrom's primary area is just over 4 light years in diameter. But the hard radiation put out by the component bodies is enough to be lethal even at a range of 6 light years from the center. There are quite a few novae and supernovae. There are quite a few novae and supernovae in the maelstrom. Space in the immediate neighborhood is noticeably curved as far as 10 light years from the center. Chekhov nodded in enthusiastic agreement. And the Wanderer's loop around Ellison's star is going to be enough to point them straight at the center of it. That's the problem. If they were only going to approach at an oblique angle, they'd have a fighting chance. If they could shield themselves from the radiation somehow, but the maelstrom is going to catch anything that passes within 10 light years. And, well, I'm not sure what's going on, chat. And at the Wanderer's present speed, they will be inside that range 3 years after they pass Ellison's variable. 3 years? That was Munker. Oh, now, I really can't assent to, Kirk ignored her. Go on, Chekhov. Even assuming all 6 of their fusion engines could be brought to full power, it would take them 4 years to decelerate. It's the broadside of a barn problem, Captain. Only in reverse. They can't miss it, no matter what they do. It's too big, unless they back up. And they're going too fast to do that. Our only hope is to keep them from looping around Ellison's variable. If we can do that, then they'll miss the maelstrom, just barely. And if they're going to change their engines... Excuse me, I'm misreading a lot of this. And if they're going to change their course, they have to start powering up their engines yesterday. Kirk put his head into his hands for half a heartbeat, then looked up and around the table, stopping when they reached Munker. I don't think there's anything left to be discussed. Circumstances have forced the decision on us. We have no choice but to go in and find the captain of that vessel. And as far as the legal objections go, and he looked straight at Munker when he said this, the Starfleet Code allows those considerations to be set aside in situations of the gravest importance. And this is certainly one of those cases. He paused, then added with just a hint of a twinkle, in every respect, this is a matter of the highest gravity. Ba-dum-bum. Okay, that's the end of chapter 21. Let me get a hydration break. Shake the cobwebs loose. I seem to be getting a bit tired. My apologies for that, chat. My apologies for stumbling a bit during that last chapter, especially when I was reading for Chekhov. I seem to be pausing every like half of the sentence. Yeah, my apologies for that, chat. We'll do better next chapter. Promise, promise. I say promise, and then I worry if I can keep my promise. Okay, so that was the end of chapter 21. About to start chapter 22. We're already more than halfway through the book, chat, even though it's 40-something. I think it's 45 chapters? Let me check. Yeah, even though it's 45 chapters, so some of these chapters must be really, really short as we go on. Excuse me. Yeah, because we're definitely more than halfway. Chapter 22. Catwin hesitated at the door to the room. Riley looked at her. What's the matter? Oh, excuse me, that was his voice. What's the matter? Scared, she said simply. It's all right. He took her by the hands and looked into her eyes. I'm with you. She swallowed once and nodded. Then she said, all right, and pushed on through the door. There were only a few people in the room. They looked up curiously, then returned to their conversation. Sorry, I had to change pages. They don't want to be impolite, Riley whispered. That's why they're all trying so hard to act normal. Oh, said Catwin, staring very hard at Lieutenants Eriks and Mures. 3 arms? Yeah, 3 arms. And a talking lioness? Oh, wow. Okay, so chat. This is based around, this is definitely based around, I want to add a little interjection here. This is definitely based around Star Trek, the animated series time period, because Star Trek, the animated series was known for 2 crew additions, 2 alien crew additions. Lieutenant Mures, who was a Cation, a cat woman, and more of a furry, though, than an anime cat girl. Sorry, bros. Yep, Mures and Eriks, who Lieutenant Eriks was, I don't know what species he was, but he had 3 arms. He had an arm that came out of his chest, in addition to an odd look. All right, let me back that up. In fact, because of that threw me off. Let me back up to that start of that portion. Oh, said Catwin, staring very hard at Lieutenants Eriks and Mures. 3 arms? And a talking lioness? Riley pulled her over to a table and set her down. No, they're not demons either, he said to her unspoken question. He tapped the table and said, menu, and the surface of it lit up with a 3-dimensional display of words and pictures. Is food? Is pictures of food. You see something you like? Just point. Is all unfamiliar. All of it? How about some fruit? Fruit is good. And a salad, perhaps. She nodded. And maybe something cold to drink. She nodded again. You pick. He tapped the top of the table quickly, spoke a few code phrases, and the tabletop became a tabletop again. Where food? In a minute. It takes time. Oh. She sat there, staring at the table, not knowing what else to say. She looked around the room. On the wall beside Kevin, there was a gaudy, badly calligraphed, over gold-leafed proclamation sealed into a wooden plaque with veriglass. She stood up to get a better look at it. Oh, Riley stood up quickly. It's something the captain had presented to him. May I see? She stepped up close to it, squinting slightly as she peered, and traced the illuminated letters with one finger, speaking the words aloud as if she were having difficulty with them. When her expression turned serious, Kevin began to feel uneasy. Grant this patent to Ambassador Plenipotentiary to the universe, both known and unknown. That means... She turned back to Kevin, looking upset and betrayed. You are gods. You are... His proof here says signed Emperor of Universe. Only a god can use such titles. Emperor of Universe, ruler of planets. He held out his hand to her. Catwin, no. We are not gods. That is a joke. Is joke? Her expression was incredulous. Is joke. What kind of joke is blasphemy? You are testing me, perhaps. Riley shook his head again. Look, Catwin, there are too many worlds. It's a big universe, and... Oh, hey, food's here. Riley was grateful for the interruption. As the sparkle of the in-ship transporter began to pile up on the surface of the table, Catwin turned and stared. The sparkle cleared, and there was a crisp green salad, a bowl of fruit, and a tall glass of iced tea. You are gods. Riley closed his eyes for a moment, said a silent prayer, then opened them up again. Catwin, a long time ago, there was a very great man. He lived even before your world was built. He said that any sufficiently explained technology will look like magic. Airplanes. You know what airplanes are, don't you? Television, computers. He pointed at the table. Transporters. She looked suspicious, but she sat down at the table again. I will trust you, she announced. For now. Then she remembered the plaque. But what about that? She pointed. I was afraid you'd ask about that. There are lots and lots of planets. Thousands. No one single government can rule all the planets. There's another old saying, law stops with atmosphere. I know that one. Was first said by first captain when he declared independence. She brightened. I am indirect descendant of first captain. By now, I would expect everybody on the Wanderer would be. Oh yes, is so. Everybody related to everybody else. That why it's so hard to keep secret. Now I know who said that one first. Let me start that sentence over, sorry. Now I know who said that one first. Solomon Short. Only he said, everything is connected to everything else. I have wrong? Riley was embarrassed. No, just different. Different is not always wrong. In fact, maybe different is hardly ever wrong. She nodded and looked at the food in front of her. Idly, she took a carrot stick from the dish and crunched into it. Is sweet, she said. Is good. Not quite as good as ours, but you are not farmers, yes? We are not farmers. She put the carrot stick down and asked, Kevin Riley, tell me, what is like to live Earth? Huh? What is it like? She spoke slowly to be certain of her words. What is it like to live in Earth? He started, then stopped himself. He said, oh, on, not in. On Earth. Oh, what is like to live on Earth? Ah, we live on the surface of the planet. We live in buildings. We go outdoors. We ride in vehicles. We fly in airships. We sail in boats. Boats? Boats. Boats. A boat is, well, there's a lake in the middle of Hollywood. That's water. A lot of water. There was a big hole there, and they filled it with water and called it Lake Marathon. And there were little wooden shells called boats that you could sit in, and they would float on top of the water. It's silly, no? Then what? Well, you don't do it alone. You go with somebody you like, and you sit, and you talk, and after a while you lean over, and you kiss, and, hi guys. Catwin and Riley looked up, startled. Oh, this is Specs. He's our historian. He probably knows more about the Wanderer than anybody else aboard the Enterprise. Hi, Specs, Riley said softly. You don't want to join us, do you? Don't mind if I do. Specs pulled up a chair and dropped easily into it. I was just trying to tell Catwin here about Earth. She wanted to know what it's like to live on a planet. You've seen pictures, haven't you? Catwin looked at the stranger at... Excuse me. Catwin looked at this stranger, at the funny wire frames he wore on his face. Yes, Kevin Riley showed pictures, but we have pictures on Wanderer. It's blue and round and streaked with white swirls. That's weather. I know. We have weather too. I served on weather crew once. Made winter last 3 extra weeks. Then turned up suns for short but hot summer. We make very humid weather that year. Not quite, Catwin. We do have weather control on Earth, but even if we didn't, we would still have weather. Weather is a natural phenomenon. Natural? Outdoors, everywhere. Outdoors. Kevin Riley used the same word. What means outdoors? Specs looked at Riley. Outdoors? Outdoors, Riley confirmed. Catwin looked at him expectantly. Well, it's, you see, we live on the surface of the planet. On the outside of it, we go inside of, if we go inside of into a house, we're indoors. If we go outside, there's no house around us, then we're outdoors. House is underground? No, is structure, like little ship, but it doesn't move. Riley stopped himself. I'm starting to talk like you, like a... But she didn't wait for him to finish. If it's true, then where were people in pictures? Huh? You showed me pictures of Earth, blue, round, streaked with white, remember? Where were people? Inside Earth, inside house? Where was house? Yeah, said Specs to Riley. I see your problem. Riley picked up an orange. Now, look. Try it this way. The Earth is round, like this, right? If you say so, Catwin said doubtfully. I say so. Now, people live all over the planet, but the planet is so big and people are so small in relation to it that if you're far enough away to see that the planet is round, you're too far away to see the people anymore. The planet is so big that when you're standing on the ground, it looks flat. You can't tell it's curved. Catwin took the orange from him and pondered it. Now you say people live on surface of this? The Earth, that's right. She knit her brow in puzzlement. And I can stand on it here, right? With nothing between me and space? Atmosphere. There's atmosphere. But what holds atmosphere? Gravity. Oh, but if I stand somewhere else, here, say, and she indicated the bottom of the orange, then I fall off, right? Atmosphere falls off too, right? Huh? No. You can stand on the top or on the bottom. Whichever you like. Gravity holds you down. Catwin raised an eyebrow at him skeptically. And suddenly Riley felt the same internal doubt as he did when Mr. Spock gave him the same expression. She said, "Your gravity work inside out?" Huh? What? Say again, please? Gravity in Wanderer. It pushes everything on the inside toward the outside. She indicated with the orange. Oh, uh-huh. Riley and Specs exchanged glances. Go on. Now you tell me that gravity on Earth is backward and pulls everything on outside toward inside, right? Yes. I'm confused. You're confused. Riley turned to Specs. I know there's an explanation, Specs. I really do, but how do I explain it to her? Very simple, Riley. You just have to define the problem. He reached over and took the orange from Catwin. Now follow this very carefully. In the Wanderer, you get gravity because the Wanderer is spinning, right? Right, is centrifugal force. And because it's spinning, all the gravity is going from the inside toward the outside, right? So people live on the inside. He spun the orange in his fingers. Now on Earth, The gravity is backward. It pulls from the inside. And this, he said with a flourish, is because the Earth is spinning in the other direction. He bit into the orange and grinned at Riley. "Hey," said Riley after a startled moment. But Specs was already out of his chair and walking away. Is smart man there, said Catwin. Is making logic very clear. Yeah, right." Riley decided not to reopen the question. If she was satisfied, then so was he. Somebody else could try to straighten her out. Later. Much later. Idly, he picked up another orange and began spinning it in his fingers. But wow, Riley thought, what a terrific explanation. "Lieutenant Riley," said a soft voice in the air. It seemed to be right behind his ear. "Who that?" Catwin looked up, startled. "Is heard voice before, in Sideways elevator. It's the ship's computer," he explained. "Yes? Captain Kirk would like to see you and Miss Arwen in the briefing room, immediately. Thank you." "Thank you," said Riley. He sighed and pushed his chair back from the table. "Come on, Catwin." And that's the end of chapter 22. Let's take another hydration break, chat. If you've got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. Let me just stretch a little, chat. My apologies for stumbling a little bit tonight. It seems I'm getting a bit tired reading tonight. I don't know what it is. Let me readjust my headset as well. Just a reminder, next week we will be playing more Sona, or is it Soma? Whatever. The thing. And we'll also be doing the DOS version of Mega Man 3 to fulfill membership goal. And on Thanksgiving, I will be streaming. We'll be doing the Bizarre Adventures of Woodruff and the Schnibble, aka Woodruff and the Schnibble of Azimuth, which is a point-and-click adventure that's supposed to be very puzzly, and I have a bad feeling it's going to stump me, even more than Space Quest 4 did a few times last night. Hopefully it doesn't soft lock like, most Sierra games, since it's part of their cocktail division. Why am I going on about this? We're supposed to be reading a book, chat. Why'd I do that? That's weird. Definitely weird. Just a moment. I have a problem on my YouTube end. It crashed out. There it is. Okay. I'll never understand that, why that happens. Okay. Once again, anyone who's lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. Yeah, like I said, I'm sorry I've been stumbling a little bit tonight, but let's keep going. Chapter 23. Kirk was waiting for them in the briefing room. He was alone, and there was a grim expression on his face. "Catwin," he said, "I'm sorry, we're out of time. There's bad news, and there's worse news." He indicated a chair. "Please sit down. You too, Riley." He sat down himself and faced them across the corner of the table. "Catwin, we've had a meeting here. There's a problem. Your world, the Wanderer, is in very great danger. You have to tell your captain of this. You have to go back." She met his gaze without fear. "What kind of danger?" "There's a place in the galaxy called the Galactic Maelstrom, or the Galactic Whirlpool." Riley nearly came out of his chair. "Polos Bolos," he cried. He cried. "Polos Bolos?" he cried. "Sit down, Lieutenant. Yes, Polos Bolos." Catwin looked confused. Kirk reached across and laid his hand on hers. "There was an exploring ship 150 years ago. It was called the Marco Polo. The captain got curious about the irregularities in a certain X-ray burster, a neutron star, so he came out this way to investigate. There was nothing unusual about the neutron star itself. insofar as all neutron stars are unusual. But the irregularities were coming from a point behind the neutron star. The neutron star was directly in line with this thing, whatever it was, and the Earth pretty well blocking the view of what was on the other side. He stopped and poured himself a tumbler of water from the pitcher on the table. What they found when they moved out far enough to see past the neutron star can only be described as literally a galactic horror. I don't know how much of this you can understand, but there are two black holes in orbit about each other, like bolos. Do you know what bolos are? Yes, we use them against savages. I was on bolo team too. These are on a much vaster scale, Kirk said. Any ship that approaches too close to the bolos is doomed. It isn't even a question of being sucked into this terrifying gravitational whirlpool. Long before that, everybody aboard the ship would be dead from the intense levels of hard radiation. Even the Enterprise's own shields wouldn't be enough. The 0.1% of radiation that still got through would still be 1,000 lethal doses. His voice was strained. I'm sorry, Catlin, but unless we convince your captain that he must immediately power up his engines and change the course of your ship, the Wanderer will be headed straight for the bolos in 13 months. 13 months? But I know it sounds like a long time, but the Wanderer has got to start changing its course now. There's a star almost directly ahead. Its gravitational pull is very intense. It's going to pull the Wanderer into the deadly orbit and into the bolos a few years later. I know it doesn't sound as if the danger is immediate, but believe me, it is. Is Demon Trick? She said softly. Eh? Kirk looked confused. Was this the old Catlin speaking? Catlin said, is what they will say. Is Demon Trick. Is no way I could say. How can one person prove? Riley reached over and took her other hand. He held it in both of his. Kirk said, we've thought about that. Some of the members of my crew think we should just go on in there, break in, take control over the Wanderer, and do whatever is necessary to get that ship underway. But other individuals, myself among them, think that would be a dreadful mistake. Your people have a long history of guerrilla warfare. You know your own world. You know how to make it run. You know how to shut it down. If we used force, your people, both sides in your war, your side and the savages, would fight us. That's not what we want. The alternative plan is for you, a respected citizen, to inform your captain. But savages control the drive engines. Is reason for a whole war. Was mutiny. Rebels wanted to stop at planet. Crew wanted to go on. Rebels fought. Finally shut down engines. War has continued ever since. Cannot power up engines while ship is divided. War must end before ship will move. I ask you, Captain Kirk, how I end war? I tell my people that world is doomed unless we stop war. Is that what you ask? You think they believe? She brushed a hair back from her eye unconsciously and said, his story is man who captured by demons, lived with them for a long time, but why they not kill him, he not know. But he learned that they are good, kind people who want peace, just like us, or so he say. He come back to real world and tell people, savages not savages, they brothers. We make peace, no? What you think then? What you think happened? We kill him. We try him for, I bumped the mic. We try him for blasphemy. He be brainwashed by savages, so he not real human any longer anyway. You know penalty for blasphemy is very old. It's called crucifixion. You know what message this man tried to bring? Love one another. We tell him, you recant this belief, and you not die. He say he cannot recant. Truth is truth. Recant not change truth. Someone must speak truth, or no one ever know it. He die. He willing to die for 3 words. Love one another. Is crazy, yes? Maybe not. I not know anymore. Story is very old. Maybe not even true story, just fable. But I do know this. If one say war must end, one is blasphemer. And penalty for blasphemy is death. Either way, Captain, I die. If I have choice, I prefer it to be later, not sooner. Kirk looked at her. He looked at Riley, then back to Catelyn. I understand your problem. We will give you proof. Mr. Spock is putting together a package now. A viewer, some tapes, a couple of simple devices that represent our technology, and whatever else you think might be. Captain, Riley spoke up, I can go too. If there are 3,000 people aboard the Wanderer, then everybody will know of everybody else, right? What more convincing proof than a person they have never seen before? Kirk opened his mouth to say something, then closed it. Lieutenant Riley, you're right. Only I should go. Sir, with all due respect, it could be dangerous, extremely dangerous. That's why there are contact teams. Starfleet doesn't like their captains endangering themselves. Not that they care if a captain gets himself killed, they just don't like their investment in his training and skills to be wasted, sir. Kirk raised an eyebrow at him. Lieutenant Riley, I was teaching that course before you were in Starfleet. Yes, sir, I know. Then you must also remember the section about the hardest job of all for a contact team, holding back the captain, and reminding him that his first responsibility is to his ship. That's part of the job, too. Kirk was annoyed. He drummed his fingers on the table. Damn it, Riley, you've been trained too well. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I studied your own thesis, and also the report you wrote on the investigation into the circumstances surrounding the accident that crippled Captain Pike. In that latter document, you firmly stated your conclusion that Captain Pike's only error was in not allowing his contact team to fully bear the risks that were part of their job. Riley, I'll tell you something. No captain likes to risk the lives of his crew. But it's part of the job for all of us, the risks. I was wrong then when I wrote that report because I had never been a captain at that time, never had the responsibility of command, and simply didn't know. It's this easy. If you can save a life by being a little more cautious on his behalf and a little more daring on your own, then you do that. And you don't question. Riley accepted the captain's argument at face value. But, he replied, there's also the fact that the man best suited for captaincy of a Starfleet vessel is a man willing to take personal risks to reach through to the answer of a problem. And such men frequently have to be reminded to give their crews a chance to work on the situation first. That's why there are crews aboard Starfleet vessels, sir. So a captain doesn't have to do it all. His job is to know when to delegate authority. Kirk was looking back and forth between the two of them. I not understand this argument, she said. But if my people are in danger, should we not be doing something more than arguing? If it's question of who should go with, she pointed, I choose him, and poked Kevin Riley in the chest with her forefinger. Not to insult to you, Captain Kirk, but Kevin Riley showed me his world. Now I show Kevin Riley mine. Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise closed his mouth. He had lost an argument aboard his own ship. Tiberius, he said under his breath. All right, he said, standing and pushing back his chair. Let's go to work, then. That's the end of chapter 23, chat. Another hydration break. If you've got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. My eyes are fuzzy. Maybe I should be wearing my glasses. That's part of my problem, too. Let me stretch a little more, chat. Let me just get a little cross breeze in here. Get myself some oxygen in my cubby hole for a moment. Yay! Oxygen! Woo. Okay, where were we? Chapter 24. Let me look at this. Okay, chapter 24. Excuse me just 1 second, chat. Had to burp. ASMR. Well, no ASMR for you. Seltzer. Chapter 24. To her, the Enterprise seemed a world of rooms. Too many rooms, each one more unusual than the last. And now this room, empty except for a console facing a circular alcove. It was the most disturbing of all. She asked about a ship, like the taxi. They told her this was a transporter room. And then they tried to explain the transporter to her. She looked from one to the other, from Spock to McCoy to Kirk to Riley. They all nodded. The one called McCoy twinkled a bit and admitted, "I find it hard to believe, too." She turned to Riley. Sometimes Kevin Riley, I think, is... Oh, this is her. She turned to Riley. Sometimes Kevin Riley, I think, is all tricked by savages. Dumb show to make me think something different from truth. We do dumb shows in my world. It's very good. I was star once. Was very good because no one recognized me until I took off makeup. It's sometimes difficult to believe in Enterprise. I have thought sometimes that perhaps all I must do is find the right elevator and I go home. Now here's elevator. You call it booth. What if all this is some kind of trick? I think, do I betray my people? I worry, Kevin Riley. But then I think of you, and how well you treat Catwin. Is no savage action. I think I trust. Riley swallowed hard. I'll try not to betray your trust, Catwin Arwen. She looked at him gravely. I'll try? In Wanderer we have saying, when someone says, I'll try, the part he doesn't speak aloud is, but I'll probably fail. Will you let me down, Kevin Riley? Is that what you tell me? Riley shook his head. I won't let you down, but I do have my duty to my ship, and that must always come first. Is good. Is my duty to my world comes first too. Is good, we understand. Now, how does transporter work? Riley said, it's a larger version of the device that delivers the food to the table after you order it. Is not know how that works either. Spock said quietly, it is a multi-stage process. First, your body is entirely mapped. That's what produces the sparkle effect. Then, the component molecules are disassembled and converted into photonic waves. Photonic waves? Spock said dryly. Photonic waves, the interference pattern in a coherent transporter beam, which is a much more precise and controlled development of the same principle that produces a phaser effect, phased light, but of a very high frequency. In fact, the frequency approaches the theoretical limits of the of the vibratory ability of matter in this particular configuration of space-time. The beam has the ability to penetrate some kinds of materials. If the target is well shielded, however, or moving too rapidly, focusing becomes problematic. Anything less than 99.9999% accuracy is usually He's hesitated for only the briefest of instants. Less than desirable. At the point at which the interference patterns coalesce, the transporter object rematerializes. Eh? She blinked. Spock explained further. It's really quite simple. The locus of coalescence is controlled by the separate frequencies of the individual beams that make up the megabeam of the transporter. This is usually handled entirely by the transmitting station, but in particularly difficult situations, as beaming aboard the Wanderer, it is handled with the aid of a coordinating module, which functions as a beacon by which to target the locus. The information being sent on the beam exists not within the beam itself, but in the harmonics of the various interference patterns that the separate beams produce. Although there are three-dimensional harmonics produced throughout the length of the beam, they are chaotic orders, out of tune with each other. At the point at which all the harmonics come into phase, again, that is, the point of focus, all of these separate frequencies are once more tuned exactly as they were at the point of transportation, and the photonic waves collapse back into their material equivalents, forming an exact replica of the pattern that they held at the moment of disassembly. I hope that all makes clear sense to you. Excuse me. I hope that makes it all clear to you, not sense. She turned simply to Kevin. Can we take taxi instead? It's perfectly safe, he reassured her. Really? It's not sound so. It's safer than the taxi. If for any reason there's a problem, the polarity of the monotron beam can be reversed, and instead of transporting to a target, the beam brings you back. Oh, so as long as the Enterprise can hold a focus on a location, we can beam in or out of any place at all. Is weapon 2? No? Beam explosive to enemy? Boom? Big joke on demons? Everybody laughs? Catwin. That was Kirk. We are not a warship. Our weapons are for defense. Our mission is to seek peace. She narrowed her eyes at him. Is saying in my world, Captain. Is many sayings, but this one applies here. If you carry weapon, is because you expect to use it, whether you intend or not. You have demonstrate ability to destroy, whether you intend or not, you have demonstrated ability to destroy my world. I must tell my people that, is what I meant when I spoke of duty first to my own world. My message, the words that I must bring to my captain, is that our world is going to be destroyed. One way or another, if we will not listen to reason, you will use force, no? Kirk looked to Spock, alarmed. How had she heard of that contingency plan? It was supposed to be secret. No one told me, Captain. I figure out myself. Is understand this, all of you. I am not puppet. I am warrior. I follow orders. I will deliver your message because I love my world and do not want to see it destroyed. But whatever decision my captain ultimately makes, I will follow his orders because that is my job as a warrior. Next year, I may be something else. If ever I become philosopher, I will argue with Captain and not follow his orders, even at risk of expulsion from upper levels. But whatever, I follow oath of duty. Today, I think like warrior. I look, I listen, I think like one who sees man with weapon. I think hard. My world is end. I know that. I don't know what come next. Am not sure is my decision to make. Am certain that I not like having burden placed on me. But part of job as warrior is to accept burden, no matter how unpleasant. She looked to Riley. You make job less unpleasant, but is still no delight. To Kirk again she said, Is understand? He nodded. I understand. She turned to Riley. What we do now? We stand on the stage there." She stepped up onto the dais without fear. "Is adventure. You not harm me yet. I try." "Stand on the focusing node," Riley pointed. She looked to see how he placed his feet on the plate and did likewise. She looked down at Kirk and Spock and McCoy. "Is forgot to ask one thing. Why he have funny ears?" "I'll tell you later," Riley said quickly. "We have to go." "Hoke doke. How?" "He does it." Riley pointed. "That fellow behind the console. When you're ready, say energize." "Energize?" She started to ask, but before the word was finished, they were standing among the tanks of the Wanderer's farm, the exact same place where Stokely had planted the coordinating module. Catwin looked around herself, amazed. "Is same place? How he do that? I thought Mr. Spock made it all clear." "Oh, yes, like mud, is old saying. Clear like mud. Not know what it mean, but everybody use it." She took him by the hand. "This way. I see your world. Now you see mine." Poor girl is lost. No kidding. No kidding, Flash. That's the end of chapter 24. We'll go ahead and do chapter 25. I don't know how long we'll go tonight. I'm trying not to, because I am tired also. But I want to get as much done as we can. So, hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate, chat. Really dry mouth for me tonight, too. Didn't even have pizza. I don't think I had anything really salty. I should eat later. Why am I talking like this? By the way, anyone who's lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. I hope you're enjoying this. If you're not, I do plenty of other gaming streams and whatnot. I need to do karaoke again soon. But in any case, thank you for being here. Please consider a like and a subscribe if you haven't already. Okay, where were we? Okay, chapter 25. Ooh, this one's really short. Chapter 25. Once past the farms, there were long stretches of deserted, dimly lit corridors with cross branches curving gently upward in the distance. There were distant pools of light and sounds of activity. There was music, oddly discordant, but compelling and complex. A baroque texture of sound hovering just above the threshold of consciousness. She caught him listening and explained, "Is season of thoughtfulness. We have seasons in wandering, marked by color of lighting, temperature, humidity, and music. In 13 days begins season of hope. Is fine time preparing for season of joy." "I hope so," said Riley. "All we have is 13 days. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then added, "But if we do succeed, then it will be a season of hope, won't it?" She didn't answer. They came to an elevator shaft, a vast open space lined with tracks for 8 different cars at once. The rails glowed with the bright reflections of the many lights lining the huge shaft. They stretched upward until they disappeared into a luminous blur. Downward they disappeared into gloom. "Is only 2 cars running here," Catwin explained as they boarded. The elevator lights were glass-walled, and as they rose toward the lights above, Riley was given quick, tantalizing glimpses into each of the levels they passed. Are you getting all of this?" he asked his communicator. "No problem," came back the reply from the Enterprise. "We're already into single-frame analysis on the early stuff. The whole ship is tuned in, Riley." That's all I needed to hear, he thought. Lord, don't let me do anything stupid now. The elevator stopped. They stepped onto a busy concourse. The people stood tall, and they moved with grace. They wore bright-colored, lightweight clothing, mostly shorts, singlets, tunics, kilts, and simple robe-like wraparounds. Footgear was mostly sandals and slippers. There did not seem to be a specific style for either sex. Rather, each person seemed to wear what he or she felt most comfortable in. Or, if there were a pattern, Riley couldn't detect it. Hairstyles were mostly long and flowing. And then the wanderers began to notice him. At first, there were quick, curious glances. Then a child pointed and asked a little too loudly, "Mommy, who that?" Other people turned, startled by the very question. Someone called, "Catwin," more in shock than recognition, and someone else wondered aloud, "Is that a savage? Maybe he's captured one. Catwin must have escaped. Does not look harmed. Is probably damaged now. Is well known what vileness practiced in lower levels. It must be hell. Is handsome, even for demon. Hush, is want to be turned in." Catwin ignored the murmurings. She took Riley by the arm and moved purposely through the concourse. The crowd parted before them like a sea. A few people stared after them, but no one moved to follow. Once past the worst of the crowd, Riley stopped Catwin and looked at her. "Are you all right?" Her lower lip was quivering ever so slightly, but she said, "Is functioning. We must go. Captain will know we are here. No time to waste. We must see Dr. Hobie first. Head of Science Council. Must explain to him." She drew him aside into a narrow, deserted hallway. She pointed at his communicator, then placed a finger to her lips. "Huh? Oh," Riley realized and switched off his monitor. "What is it?" "Listen to me, Kevin Riley. It's very dangerous. Is not even tell your captain this. Not want to give him reason to not want to give him reason to not take this chance. But Captain Frost is dogmatic man. Old-fashioned, very religious, one-world doctrine. Not believe in old stories. Calls them divisive fantasies. Old ways much suppressed. Old beliefs illegal. Old tapes destroyed. Is dangerous to speak of other worlds except with contempt. We risk our lives to speak this heresy. Must convince Science Council our only hope, else Captain Frost simply refused to listen." She looked at him intensely. "Is much scared. Is much to be scared for." He took her hand. "I'm with you. Whatever happens, I promise. You'll be all right. Believe me." "Believe me?" Want to believe. Is good enough," Riley said. He switched his monitor back on. "Sorry about that," he said to the Enterprise autolog operator. "Private business." "Yeah, Riley," came back the laconic reply. "You want to run your love life on your own time in the future? We've got a job to do." Riley didn't answer. "Let's go," he said to Catwin. And we're already at Chapter 26. Let me take another quick hydration break, and then we'll do Chapter 26. Boy, my seltzer's almost gone. Okay. Chapter 26. Dr. Hobie was a genial-looking man, heavy-set and graying at the temples. He looked from Catwin to Riley and back to Catwin again. "Catwin, is thought you had been taken by savages. Is more frightening than that. Is perhaps end of journey." "Eh?" Hobie looked startled. She told him what had happened to her, where she had been for the past 36 hours. Hobie listened quietly, only occasionally asking for clarification of a detail. He looked at Riley with curiosity at several points in the narrative, and studied the tapes with eagerness, but also a great deal of anxiety. "Is possibly demon trick," he said, then looked at Riley again. "No, is not possible. Is too convincing. Savages would not have resources for such a ruse. But, if story is truth, Catwin, is most disturbing truth since mutiny. No, since world began. This confirms heresies and destroys Captain's doctrines. Would also destroy Captain's power. He would not allow, and even if Captain could be convinced, which is doubtful, cultural shock would destroy us. World would not accept such inside-out perception. You don't have any choice, said Riley. If you don't, then your world will die. It's that simple. Is no proof of that, Hobie said, except what you provide. If we not accept your story as true, then we not accept your proof of danger to world. But you have living proof, Catwin pointed. Apologies, chat. But you have living proof, Catwin pointed at Riley. This is no demon. Hobie shook his head. He is outsider. By definition, all outsiders are demons, and not to be trusted. Wait a minute, said Riley. You're supposed to be a scientist, aren't you? That means you follow the scientific method, right? You tell me what proof you need, whatever you want, and I'll supply it. I have the resources of the Enterprise at my disposal. You tell me, Dr. Hobie. The man's eyes were troubled. Is want to believe. Because it would answer many questions. Much knowledge has been lost. The book purges. The new doctrines. We are an impoverished people in the midst of wealth. Is heresy even to suggest such, but a rational man cannot help but wonder. We have gone many generations trying to convince selves that this is best of all possible worlds. But is it? What was world like before mutiny? Is dangerous to suggest that it was better place. Is better to believe that we are stronger for having cast out unbelievers and heretics. But are we really? He ran one hand through his hair. When he lowered it again, it was shaking. Is too much, Catwin. Is too much to ask. Excuse me, I bumped the mic. My apologies. Throw away all beliefs because world will end if we don't. Is too convenient a package. Is feel like trap. Captain Frost wants to dissolve Science Council. This could be excuse he need. I must think. Is must think. Is no time. Is must have time. Riley asked again, what proof can I give you? Is already given more proof than I need. Hobie turned to Riley. You think I not already wonder about these very questions? Is long troubled hours of private torment. Science Council free to hypothesize on origin of universe, on evolution of stars, on mechanics of body, but not allowed to consider real questions, like where we came from, what is soul, where we headed, how we get to where we are today. Those are dangerous questions, and now you drop them in our lap and demand that we decide immediately. Is just too much. We spend lifetime learning how to avoid these questions so we can survive. Now you say we have no survive anyway? Now you say we no survive anyway? Unless we do confront? Is dilemma, Kevin Riley. Is no easy answer. You must understand. Riley opened his mouth to speak, then closed it suddenly. No, the harsh answer was not the right one. He thought of Catwin scared and huddling in a darkened Enterprise corridor. He said quietly, Yes, I understand. Is wish I knew way to make it easier. But the truth is, Dr. Hobie, there just isn't any time to do the easy way. It has to be done immediately. Hobie thought for a moment. He turned away from them and toyed with a block of lucite on his desk. There was a spiral of glitter embedded in it. Pinpoints of light sparkled and glowed within the spiral. It's supposed to be honor, he said, but honor is worthless unless one is willing to be worthy of it. It's always wondered why truth is so dangerous. You know that proverb, Kevin Riley? Truth always dangerous? Is because truth always threatens someone's cherished falsehood. Always knew this day would come. Hoped it would not come in my lifetime. The day that truth must be spoken. His eyes were moist. I never once thought that courage would feel so frightening. I guess that's why it needs be courage, to overcome fear. He put the block of lucite down. I will come with you to see Captain. I will try to protect you from his wrath. Riley and Catwin looked at each other and exchanged hopeful smiles. Riley reached out and took her hand in his. Maybe, just maybe, there was a chance. And then all hell broke loose. The door exploded inward in a shower of sparks. Smoke was everywhere. Things were flying in the air amid flashes of light and roaring blasts of sound. And then what seemed like 1,000 black-clad stormtroopers poured into the room like a legion of agitated army ants. One of them caught sight of Riley and raised his weapon, and then the lights went out completely. Oh dear. That's the end of chapter 26, chat. We'll head on to chapter 27. Let me take another quick hydration break. I'm thinking we'll probably go close to midnight. I'm going to try to get to... I'm thinking chapter... between 30 and 35. We'll go for midnight. It's the Empire's Shadow Troopers. Yeah, it definitely does seem like something out of... It definitely does have a Star Wars-y feel, but I guess that goes for any of these things with like a stormtrooper type of I mean, I guess it goes for all militaries and all governments. Excuse me, I do need to cough, chat. Okay. Chapter 27. Watching the replay for the 5th time on the big screen, Kirk's lips tightened into near invisibility. His only sign of emotion. Just behind him, McCoy wore his usual dour expression. Spock was quietly impassive. The replay wound toward its end. The sudden whirling of the image, the bulky warriors, the flash of muzzle fire, then nothing. Kirk turned to Spock. Analysis? Primitive stun weapons, obviously low-level electron interrupters. Not particularly dangerous to life, but they can inflict significant damage to microelectronic devices, such as the interface between the power supply and the light guide processing chips in Riley's tricorder. Fortunately, it is a simple matter to recalibrate to the standby interface. Right, said Kirk. How do we tell him? Assuming he is still alive, Spock ignored the sudden startled looks of Scotty, Uhura, and Chekhov. McCoy looked irked, but Kirk was too familiar with his first officer's dispassionate manner to react. He may be able to figure it out for himself. Otherwise, the best we can accomplish is a remote-triggered activation. We could reach through with a tight-focused transporter beam. Aye, interrupted Scotty, but that presupposes that we can locate him, and we can't locate him without the signal from his tricorder or communicator. Spock acknowledged it with a nod. He continued, because Mr. Scott is so quick to point out his own inabilities, I might suggest that we try to trigger the unit back to operation with a direct signal. The tricorder unit that Riley was carrying had a short-range subspace capability. If the light guide circuits are not completely inoperative, we could bypass the electronics of the device and communicate directly with the main processing elements and reprogram them directly. Kirk nodded. He said almost abstractly, "Go ahead, Spock, do it." But his eyes remained narrowed on the forward screen. But I think, Kirk added quietly, that we may have a more immediate problem than re-establishing contact with Lieutenant Riley. That ship. Her fusion reactors have to be brought back online. And it doesn't appear as if we're dealing with a rational command. Obviously, said Spock. Kirk turned to Scotty. We have no choice. Start beaming your boarding crews over to the shuttlecraft link. Have them wait for my command. And I want a security squad standing by in the main transporter room. Lieutenant Uhura, I want you to brief them. Show them Riley's tape. And have Specs give them maps of the Wanderer. I'll want them to go straight in and immobilize the ship and seize the control room. Arm all crews with sleep bombs, and phasers set for stun. The same for your reactor teams, Scotty. All teams are to stand by for my signal. Chekhov, if that Klingon ship shows up again, we'll go to immediate red alert. And in that case, Sulu, I'll want the shield parameters extended to include the Wanderer. Sulu turned to look at his captain. That's dangerously overextended, sir. We don't have any choice, said Kirk. He glanced quickly around the bridge. Any questions? Good, let's go. He turned back to the view screen and studied the Wanderer again. Mr. Spock, did you ever hear of Robert the Wise? Spock shook his head. Spock shook his head. I can't be expected to be familiar with all of Earth's culture, Captain. He lived a very long time ago, but he said something very appropriate for the occasion. There is no problem that can't be made more complicated with just a little effort. Spock nodded. A very intelligent observation. Very, Kirk agreed. That's the end of chapter 27. I'm going to take another quick hydration sip. Hybration chat. I just said hybration. My brain is fried. This is why I keep stumbling over words. I'm going to take a hybration sip. I don't know what that means. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Hydration break, chat. If you've got a drink, I might already be drunk. Take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. Mad hibernation ASMR. I'm gonna have to look up if that's a real word once we finish streaming. Matt's gonna hybrid chat. No! No! Okay, chapter 28. Let me see. Okay. Chapter 28. Riley came to in a dark, unfamiliar room. He was lying on his back. He tried to move and found that he couldn't lift himself. His arms were bound. The effort made his head buzz uncomfortably, and he felt distinctly nauseous. There was a bright light shining down on him from just above his feet. Behind it, he could just make out 3 silhouetted figures. Is not as ugly as most, a soft male voice said. Perhaps should display it in zoo. Is not good idea. Someone might feel sorry for him. Is awake now, noted the third. Wait, is lift. Riley felt the table move beneath him, swiveling to bring him upright to face his questioners. The light was directly in his eyes now. He squinted at the intensity of the glare. Would you turn that down, please? It speaks? It speaks? Asked one of the silhouettes. Is probable mimicry. Pay no mind. Damn it, said Riley. Then stopped himself and lowered his tone. I am not a savage, he said as mildly as he could manage. I am Lieutenant Kevin Riley, and I want to talk to Captain Frost. And where is Catwin? And Dr. Hobie? The silhouettes ignored him. Riley pressed on. Listen to me. Your world is in danger. You could all of you be dead in just a few years. I have proof. You've got to listen. The silhouettes were discussing something quietly among themselves. They refused even to look at Riley. Look at me, Riley screamed. Listen to what I'm saying. This is important. Your world has been lost, separated from the rest of humanity for hundreds of years. We finally found you. But if you don't listen to us, it could be the end of the journey. One of the silhouettes looked up at that. He stepped into the light and looked straight into Riley's eyes. Listen to me, Savage. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I do. Please. The man was wearing a green lab smock. Put one hand over Riley's mouth. Shut up. Stop talking. Preach us none of your foul blasphemies, or we shall be forced to put you back to sleep. Don't speak. Not at all. If you understand, nod your head. Riley bit his lip and nodded slowly. Good, said the man, and stepped back out of the light to the console where his two colleagues still worked. Abruptly, there was a sound in the darkness, the sound of a door whooshing open. 3 figures stepped into the room. Riley wasn't sure, but he thought that one of them might be... The newcomer in the lead said something to the 3 figures at the console. They nodded and exited quietly. One of the others stepped to the console and did something there. The light in Riley's eyes faded, and the rest of the room lights came up. Riley blinked in confusion. He had been right. One of the newcomers was Dr. Hobie. He looked uncomfortable. The figure at the console was a black-suited technician. It was the 3rd person who drew Riley's attention. He was almost pleasant-looking. He was pear-shaped, paunchy, balding, with a frizz of bright red hair around his temples. He was apple-cheeked and smiling. "How do you feel?" he asked. "It's all right. You may talk now." Riley hesitated, choosing his first words carefully. "Will you unbind me?" Frost smiled. "I'm sorry, that isn't possible. I'm sure you can understand why. Security." "You haven't bound Dr. Hobie." "Dr. Hobie is my science officer. It isn't good practice to bind one's crew. You, on the other hand, are an alien." "Did Dr. Hobie tell you why I'm here?" "Yes, he did. And he showed me your pictures, too. I must say, it's a very convincing presentation. Not that I'm convinced, of course. But I can understand how you were able to trick Catelyn. She is only a child, and not really sophisticated or mature enough to understand the complexities of the savage mind. She is gullible. But now you are dealing with your superiors. Savage, and we can see how foolish your story truly is. This nonsense of faster-than-light travel, for instance. Do you think the builders would have embarked on the journey if it were not necessary?" But, sputtered Riley, "the warp drive is possible. How do you think I got here?" Frost sighed regretfully. "How you got here is obvious. Where your delusions come from is something else. Hobie, tell this poor devil about faster-than-light drives." Hobie looked troubled, but he stepped forward and said, "It is possible to prove that faster-than-light travel is impossible with an Einsteinian thought experiment. Do you understand what an Einsteinian thought experiment is? I will explain. A philosopher named Einstein postulated that some experiments can be performed entirely in the head. These are thought experiments. Now then, one of the classic experiments is to prove that faster-than-light travel violates the law of conservation of energy. If Riley could have moved, he would have leapt from the table. "No!" he shouted. "That's wrong! That's not the scientific method. You don't set up an experiment to prove or disprove a fact, but to test a hypothesis." "Hush now," said Frost. "Let him explain." Frost nodded to the technician at the console, and suddenly Riley found himself paralyzed, unable to move or speak and barely able to breathe. Every gasp was an effort. Hobie continued. "Postulate an observer who receives all of his information about the universe around him via the light that reaches his scanners, just as you and I perceive our environment with our eyes. Now then, 1 light year away from this observer, there is a spaceship. He can see it through a very powerful radio telescope. We assume it is emitting a signal for the purposes of this thought experiment." Riley wanted to scream, but the air was constricted in his throat. He was terrified that he would choke, but Hobie droned on, unaware of his discomfort. Hobie said, "Now postulate that this observer moves toward our observer at a speed that is faster than light. Obviously, it will arrive in the vicinity of our observer long before the light waves that originated at its departure. So our observer now sees not only The light waves of the ship at its original position, that is, the light still en route, but also the light generated by the ship at its new position. To him, a second ship has appeared out of nowhere. To our observer, it will seem as if the first ship has duplicated itself out of nothing at all. And of course, that violates the law of conservation of energy. This is a classic example, and one cannot argue with the law of conservation of energy. Hobie finished his recitation glumly. He looked unhappy. Frost nodded to the technician again, and the pressure on Riley's chest eased somewhat. Now then, Savage, what do you say to that? Riley took a moment to catch his breath. He wanted to phrase his next words carefully. He said slowly, "But the fact remains that I am here. How do you account for that?" Frost folded his arms. He said calmly, "A demon will tell any lie." Riley felt his anger rising like a storm. Oh, for just one moment of freedom. Just one chance to punch this self-satisfied oaf. But no, he had to remain rational, whatever effort it took. "Just what do you think I am here for?" Frost's eyes were deceptively gentle. "Let me ask you, Savage," he said, perching himself on a stool. "What is the purpose of this charade? What do you think you are trying to accomplish? You couldn't possibly have expected such an outrageous story to be believed, could you?" Riley answered in a deliberately conversational tone. "As a matter of fact, sir, it is that very outrageousness that proves the story. Can you imagine someone making all that up?" "Clever," commented Captain Frost. He looked to Hobie. "You see, Hobie, it is dangerous to argue with the demon. They have an answer for everything." Hobie looked embarrassed. "Is true. Yes, but even half-baked idea deserves fair hearing. Perhaps we can learn something." "From a savage? Don't be ridiculous." Riley's mind was racing. What would Captain Kirk say if he were here? How would Spock handle this situation? He said quickly, "Listen to me for just one moment. That's all I ask, Captain Frost. You've heard my story from Catwin and Dr. Hobie, haven't you? Now you tell me, what do you think the purpose of my mission really is?" "To undermine the authority of the captain, of course. The rebellion continues. You should know that. It is your credo, is it not?" "If I truly were a rebel, it would be. But consider this. Isn't it possible, just barely possible, that there could be some menace, some threat to this vessel so vast that it could require both you and the savages to cooperate in order to survive it?" "Is barely possible," Frost admitted, "but not very likely." "What would I have to do or say to convince you that such a thing is actually happening?" Frost thought about it. "But I'm the captain. If there were a danger to this vessel, I would be the first to know about it, not some illiterate savage." Riley repeated, "What can I do to convince you?" Frost smiled genially. "Why, nothing at all, dear boy. When the day comes that the captain of this ship starts listening seriously to savages, it'll be time for a new captain. I have only come down here to observe you. You are a curiosity, you know. A savage who can mimic the functions of a human being with remarkable accuracy. If you are representative of some new mutation, some odd new mutation, we shall have to become ever more mindful of our defenses. We dare not risk additional contamination of our population." Poor Catwin. She was such a dear child. "Was?" Frost ignored Riley's question. He turned to Hobie. "All right, Hobie. I have come. I have listened. I have given this tale as much credence as it deserves. It is an amusing novelty, but I have seen nothing here that would suggest that any further consideration of this nonsense is necessary. The most remarkable thing I have seen today is that this savage has been bathed recently. While this is unusual, it is hardly world-shaking. Have him disposed the usual way. They started for the door. No, wait! Riley screamed. They stopped, looking back with curiosity. Is something else? It's the end of the journey. You've got to take a chance, Captain Frost. Please. Your people trust you. You control their lives. You can save them. Frost shrugged and turned away. Is ranting. Is more of the same. Dr. Hobie? Dr. Hobie! Riley cried. We thought you believed us. Was only willing to listen, Hobie mumbled. Is part of job as scientist, but he looked troubled. His eyes flicked to Frost, then back to Riley. But reason always prevails. Is sorry. Is actually liked you, Kevin Riley. Is nicest savage ever met. He shrugged apologetically and followed Frost to the door. I'm not a savage, Riley bellowed. You fungus-brained baboon! Frost touched Hobie's shoulder. You see, the savage always reveals his true nature sooner or later. He looked back to Riley. I am the captain of this vessel. When the savage tribes are willing to accept my authority, then we shall have reunification. You can begin by restoring control of my reactors. Then we can talk of trust. Frost looked hard. There was bitterness in his eyes, from some long-ago hurt. Riley struggled in his bonds. We can restore power. We can. But there has to be trust first, so we can start. Captain Frost, please give us a chance. But Riley was talking to emptiness. Frost had already turned and exited the room. Hobie gave Riley an embarrassed look, then bustled after. The technician at the console did something, and Riley went out like a light. We'll take another hydration break, chat. Let me just check something. I had something going on. Okay. I'll check it in a moment. I got some messages in Discord. I will check those later. Okay. Chapter 29. Just wanted to make sure, the world wasn't ending. I assume it isn't. If so, I'm going to be the last person to find out. Much like the captain of the Wanderer, who's, letting everything fall apart on his ship because of his egotism. Okay, chat. It's 11:46. I'm going to take another hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. We're about to start chapter 30. Oh no, we're about to start chapter 29. My mistake. I can't even count correctly. I'm going to try to make it to we're going to make it to the mid-30s, I think. Hopefully. They wouldn't leave him awake. He came to in another room, surrounded by more indistinct silhouettes. They asked him questions, and he answered. He wanted to tell the truth, not hide it. They put him to sleep again. Then he was in another room, and they drugged him with something and asked him more questions, or the same ones again. They wired him to somatic scanners and asked more questions. They shuttled him in and out of consciousness as casually as one would switch on a computer program. He lost all sense of time and space. And then, after what seemed like an eternity of questions, he was brought into a large open place filled with light and strangers. They did something to him, and he started to hurt. The rational part of his mind identified the sensation as one of the irritability factors. Then they must have given him one of the left-handed adrenaloids. The hurt became stronger, and every sensation became an agony. He began to hate. He couldn't help himself. He wanted to smash these ignorant, grinning apes into sensibility, but they had too strong a grip on his arms. He was being locked into some kind of binders. He began to thrash and scream. Save it for the show, one of them said. It'd be a shame to waste your energies on us. We've seen savagery before. Eh? Riley turned to look. but whoever had spoken to him had already turned away. Control, Riley told himself. Don't lose it. He took a deep breath, then another, and another. Listen to me, he said calmly. This world is going to be destroyed. It's going to fall into a cosmic maelstrom. There's a black hole. You're not aimed for it yet, but you will be. There's a star. Its gravity is going to deflect the course of this ship toward the gravitational whirlpool. It's so big, and we're already so close, that there's only one chance to alter the course of this world. But it has to be done immediately. Oh, please, listen to me. What can I do to get you to take me seriously? See, said one of the strangers to another. It's fascinating stories it tells. It's perhaps one more proof of linkage between storytelling and madness. Storytellers have lost grip on accuracy of perception. Next step is schizophrenia and complete personality dissolution. Poor fellow. Savage environment must breed nothing but madness. Riley couldn't help himself. He began to rage again and scream. He started swearing. You clock-faced chimpanzees! You're going to deserve everything that happens to you! They brought him into a larger place, so vast he couldn't make out the farthest walls, so bright he couldn't bear to look. He had been in darkness so long, the light was painful, and tears came streaming to his eyes. He blinked and squinted and tried to rub his eyes, but couldn't because his hands were chained in front of him. Likewise, his feet were hobbled. There was a sea of faces around him. A roaring gabble of voices swirled around him. The level of boos and catcalls increased as he was pushed out into the center of the stage. Stage? He looked around. He was on some kind of wide-raised platform. And there was Catwin. She was bound as he was. She looked haggard. She saw him at the same time and called out, "Kevin Riley, I thought you were..." And then one of the stormtroopers slapped her into silence. Riley flinched at the violence of it. "Stand tall, Catwin," he called, and then added impulsively, "I love you." He hardly felt the blow when it came. When they jerked him up to his feet, he was grinning, and Catwin was smiling back at him, a smile in the midst of terror. Abruptly, Captain Frost was there. He was draped in a glittering robe and crowned by a sunburst of light. He raised one hand, and the crowd fell immediately silent. He looked at Catwin. He looked at Riley. He spoke, and his voice was like dust and velvet, but his words were carved in ice. "You have sinned against this ship, and you have been brought before this, the highest of high tribunals, to answer for your crimes. You have both been determined to be enemies of the ship. You have committed the blackest of blasphemies. Your heresies are the most sinful of all heresies, beyond even the redemptive cleansing of recanting. For what you have attempted, there can be no forgiveness." He looked to Riley. "As a rebel from the lower levels, you are guilty of sinning against the ship because you have failed to work for the ship. You have lived off the energy of the ship without ever once working to repay that debt. You do not help maintain, hence you are a parasite. You and your kind are guilty of stealing the fruits of our labors." He looked to Catwin. "And you, Catwin, were entrusted to the duty of guarding those who do work for the ship against those who would destroy us and steal the fruits of our labors. We, the people, trusted you, yet you betrayed that trust and formed an unholy alliance with our enemies." He paused. He clasped his hands. He looked sorrowfully downward. "It is a grievous occasion. We do what we must, not in anger, but in sorrow. But we must do this, because the survival of the ship is the singular goal that must take precedence over all other concerns." "You pious oaf!" "Oh, thank you for the subscribe, Vinicus Lima. Sorry for interrupting right there. Appreciate the subscribe. I'm Madamus. This is the Back Library. Nice things, having fun. Tonight we're reading a book. Because, take a look. It's in a book, A Reading Rainbow. Where was I? Sorry for being distracted by that. Thank you, library bot, for letting me know. Since I have Streamlabs alerts off. You pious oaf? Riley screamed. If you really believed that, then you would listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Your whole world is going to die. Everybody, even the savages, upper levels, lower levels, everything is going to... The blows were blinding. You will not speak, said Frost. We have tolerated your blasphemies long enough. And I have tolerated your stupidity long enough, Riley shouted back. Your people are going to die. Why don't you ask them how they feel about it? Why don't you give them a chance to decide for themselves? They struck him down again, but he still refused to be quiet. You hypocritical, self-serving, gold-plated phony! The crowd was roaring. The world was raining hysteria. The room was spinning. Riley felt dizzy and collapsed to his feet. But he kept his head and came up still shouting, still trying to make himself heard against the wall of sound washing over him from 1,000 separate throats. Gag him, said Frost. No more of this nonsense. Riley struggled and bit and fought, but there were 6 of them, and they held him in a grip of iron, and still he screamed behind his gag. Frost ignored him. If you will not serve the ship in life, he said, then you will serve in death. Is the will of this authority that 2 of you shall be cast out with rest of the refuse of world. Your bodies will be broken down into their component substances for use by the ship as needed. In that way, you repay your energy debt to society. He looked at each of them in turn. Riley felt himself being jerked sideways onto a red-painted circle. He looked and saw a guard shoving Catwin into position 2. Her eyes were wide with fear. You belong to the middle... Oh, it's Frost. Sorry, I had voices wrong. Butterfly in the sky. Boy. Is that what is like Repo Man? Oh, dear. You belong to the molecular converter now, said Frost. And this time when he looked, there was the slightest hint of a smile on his face. He turned toward the still hushed crowd and said, Let it be done. Riley looked across to Catwin, and then the floor jerked out from under him, and he was in free fall. He heard Catwin screaming somewhere near him, and then the darkness swallowed them both. Okay, that's the end of chapter 29. I think 29. What were we saying? Butterfly in the sky? I can fly twice as high. Take a look. Yeah, I try. Repo Man level. Repo Man, the genetic opera level punishment. I've heard of that before, Flash. I've never seen it. Is it good? Or is it really disturbing? It sounds, I mean, it sounds like it'd be up my alley, maybe. I'll have to look into it. Alright, chapter 30. You know what? I think we can do chapter 30. How long's 30? Yeah, we can do 30. Let's keep going just a little bit longer. Shall we, chat? Let's keep going a little longer, and then we will finish it next week. I think we can finish the whole thing probably next week. Yeah, that sounds good. Unless I keep going. I don't know how long we'll keep going, chat. I don't know. Madamus does not know these things. He should, but he does not. Once again, if you're lurking, thank you for doing so. VOD watchers, thank you for VOD watching. Yeah. I'm distracting my own brain. Chapter 30. There was a tumble of sensations. It's only free fall, Riley's mind was shouting. But even before his reflexes could seize that information and respond to it, something caught him, yanking him out of the air. Somehow, he could sense that the same thing was happening to Catwin, too. Her scream was cut off by a yawp of surprise, and there was a tangled sense in the net that held them. And somewhere an alarm bell was ringing. They hung there in the blackness. The net was still throbbing with the impact of their fall. We're still alive, Riley managed to gasp. Don't move, Catwin. Stay still until we figure out where we are. Is net, Catwin screamed back. Is lower levels. Savages, your kind of people. Is must get free before they catch us." Already she was trying to fling herself sideways toward the wall of the shaft. Riley's eyes were becoming used to the darkness. Far above there was the faint luminescence of the shaft opening. It seemed more like a distant moon than the top of a well. If savages catch us, will kill us and eat us." Abruptly there was light, flickering and orange. There were torches and grinning faces peering at them out of the darkness. Catwin gasped, then stifled her scream of terror. Riley held his bound hands aloft and said, "Is friend. No kill. No kill. Is must speak with leader. Is understand?" "Is no friends on upper levels," one of the faces snarled back. "Keep silence." Another one hissed something and jabbed him with his weapon. Riley shut up and waited to see what would happen. For a moment there was confusion as the savages, there were at least 6 of them, began to pull in the net. As they worked, they talked among themselves. Riley couldn't understand all of what they said, but the general tone of their voices was less hostile than he would have otherwise expected. The savages tumbled them out onto the floor of a dusty corridor, then examined their bindings carefully, nodding with satisfaction. "Is still holding. Is good job, does Captain. No?" And then they all laughed. They were dressed in shapeless black jackets and shorts. All were armed with knives and crossbows. All of them were short and stocky. What you do to us?" asked Catwin. "Is simple choice," grinned one of the younger savages. He couldn't have been more than 16. "Is join rebellion or die, eh?" Catwin bit her lip and turned away. Riley said, "Look, fellas, don't get me wrong. I don't like the captain any more than you do, but—" "Silence!" snapped the group leader, a slightly taller man, 40-ish. "Is no talk!" He prodded Riley in the back with the crossbow. He prodded Riley in the back with the crossbow he carried. "Ow! Hey! Watch that pig sticker, will you? I'm friendly." The officer, for that's how Riley was beginning to think of him, stuck his face close to Riley's and said, "Is one of the invaders, no? We see your ship. We see where you break in. You try to reach upper levels, yes? From alliance with Captain, and hunt down rebels, yes? Is not succeed, right? Captain throw you out with garbage. Captain famous for throwing out. Is joke. Captain is our best recruiter. Now you in our hands. You call self friend? Is already kill 3 men. Is hypocrisy, no? Do not think us also stupid. You come with us. We listen to your story. Is better be good. Is better be good, alien. Is better be good." He prodded Riley again, pushing him forward. "Ow! Hey, watch the kidneys!" The officer pointed at 2 of the men, including the 16-year-old who had spoken earlier. "Is escorts? Come with me. The rest of you, continue patrols of disposal shafts. Is must meet higher quotas now." Then, grabbing one of the torches from its improvised wall socket, he started down the corridor. Riley and Catwin exchanged a quick, uncertain look and followed after. The 2 men detailed as escorts fell in behind them. They marched silently through empty corridors. Some of them were blackened by signs of battle. Others were stripped of paneling down to the bare support structure. All were dark and dirty. They moved through corridors that were puddled with water. They jumped across a stream that trickled out of the darkness toward an open shaft where it poured out as steady as a steady fall of water. There were dank areas of decomposing matter. There were places where fungi streaked the walls. Mushrooms were growing in the corners. They came to a wide, downsloping ramp. There were 4 sets of rails set into its floor. An ancient-looking cart was anchored to a wall. The officer brushed a tired-looking drifter off the seat and looked to Riley and Catwin. "Get on," he said. As they did, Riley looked for a motor in the cart, but there wasn't one. It was just a simple platform on wheels, a box of 4 benches for passengers and a space for cargo. Once they were seated, the officer released the cart's locking brake. It began to roll forward down the slope, picking up speed slowly. "Of course," Riley said. "The track spirals out from the central axis of the ship. It doesn't need a motor. It's all downhill. At the bottom, there's probably an elevator to lift the cart back to the top, right?" The officer turned around to look at him. "Is very perceptive for an alien. Is must be careful, eh?" Catwin was studying Riley perplexedly. "Kevin Riley, you really are alien, aren't you? These people not know you. You not know the lower levels. You speak truth." "That's what I've been trying to tell you," Riley said to her. "Don't tell me you've been doubting again." "Is sorry, Kevin Riley, but has been told so many different things by so many different people, is wanted to believe you, then is not wanted to believe you, then is wanting to believe my own people. They took me away, Kevin Riley, is asked me questions, is told me you lied, is told me that there was no place as Enterprise. I was victim of lower level plot, is not wanted to believe, is not know who to believe, is begun to doubt everyone, but I am beginning to understand better now. In upper levels is not want to understand, not know how. They fight the truth as determinedly as I did. They will not listen, even when I tell them. Tell me, Kevin Riley, is world doomed now?" "I hope not, Catwin." He tried to reach over for her hand, but the cuffs on his wrists made it difficult. "Captain Kirk doesn't give up easily." The cart was moving faster now. Periodically, the officer would apply the brake to hold their speed down. The wheels squeaked unmercifully. The man had a thoughtful expression on his face. Probably he was considering the meaning of Catwin and Riley's conversation. Even though they were rolling downward, the corridor ahead of them had a gentle upward curve. Now, as they peered forward, a faint glow of light began to be visible, the reflection of some distant source as it bounced its way up the shaft. The officer frowned and picked up his crossbow as the glow of light ahead became stronger. "Everybody get down," he said. He armed the bow and released the brake, letting the cart build up speed alarmingly. Then, abruptly, there was blinding light ahead of them. "Your people!" he snarled at Catwin. "Another raiding party from the upper levels!" He fired off a bolt toward one of the blinding lights, shattering it in a shower of sparks. Something whooped and flashed over their heads. A phaser beam? The cart squealed as it rocketed downward. Riley stuck his head up long enough to see a party of men scattering sideways, trying to aim their weapons, and a barrier hastily thrown across the tracks, and was thrown violently against the bench in front when the cart crashed suddenly into the obstruction. No, through it. They were still rolling, but slower now. Riley looked backward. There were stormtroopers running after the cart. One of them pitched suddenly forward, an arrow through his chest. Another one of the stormtroopers raised a familiar-looking weapon, a stun rifle, and as Riley recognized it, one part of his mind was already screaming, "Oh no, not again!" And then everything went out. Again. And that's the end of Chapter 30. And I think that's... Let me see. You know what? We're going to do one more chapter, chat. No hydration break either. One more chapter. Chapter 31. We'll stop at 32. Something was rumbling, and squeaking, and vibrating. He was moving. He rubbed at his forehead. It buzzed like a photonic crystal in an oscillating matrix. Where was he? And then he came alert instantly. They were still on the cart, and it was rocketing wildly downward, and still accelerating. The darkness blurred past them. Occasional patches of light flashed past, and once Riley thought he saw startled faces looking their way, but the gloom ahead was unbroken. They could be heading straight into anything. A brick wall, another empty shaft. Whatever they hit, at this speed it would not be pleasant. How fast were they going anyway? Perhaps as fast as 100 kilometers per hour. Riley couldn't tell. They hit a bump then, and for a brief, terrifying second, Riley thought they had come off the tracks, and even now were hurtling into death. But no, the car was still screeching downward into darkness. Riley turned around on the bench. Catwin! There was a muffled sound on the floor of the cart. He reached for her and pulled her up into his arms. She was still unconscious from the stun rifle's blast. Probably their 2 escorts were still unconscious too. They had taken the full force of the beam. Still cradling Catwin, Riley peered forward, looking for the officer who had been piloting the cart. He too was sprawled on the floor. Riley stretched and grabbed for the brake lever, but he couldn't reach it. He lowered Catwin back to the floor and scrambled over the bench ahead. He grabbed the braking lever and pulled it upward hard, but nothing happened. It felt useless. Perhaps at this speed the brakes didn't work. Riley wasn't too certain about some kinds of mechanical devices. Things with moving parts always seemed so complex. He pulled at the lever again. It made a ratcheting sound, but still the brakes did not take hold. I must be doing something wrong. Riley grabbed at the officer on the floor and pulled him upright. He slapped at the man's face. "Come on, guy! Wake up! Wake up!" The man's head lolled loosely, and then there was a light ahead of them, dim and orange-looking. It circled down into view and became a station of some kind. There were 3 lower-level women crouching there, crossbows held at the ready. They stared in confusion when they saw Riley holding one of their own warriors. And when they were past them and just ahead, Riley could see some kind of a framework. A net. They hit it at full tilt, and for a moment they were pitched ahead, and Riley thought the cart was about to flip over forward. And then there was a terrifying ripping sound, and they were through the net, and still rocketing madly down an endless roller coaster ride. Riley jerked at the brake again, and the handle came off in his hand. He said a word and dropped it back on the floor. He pulled the officer over the bench with him and began working his way toward the back of the cart. Perhaps if he moved all of them backward, they would have a better chance of surviving when the cart smashed into its final destination. He glanced forward just in time to see a place where the track suddenly pitched suddenly upward. And before the fact could even register on his brain, they were already onto that slope and climbing it. The cart was already slowing as their momentum disappeared against the simulated gravity of the Wanderer. Riley was only slightly relieved. Riley was only slightly relieved. Of course, there would have to be some kind of safety backup in case a cart went out of control. The cart was slowing now. But what about the down slope? In a moment, the cart would be rolling back down from here. Riley turned and looked at the steepness of the slope behind them, and immediately wished he hadn't. Something occurred to him then, and he scrambled around the bench to scoop up Catwin again. She was stirring. The cart came to a momentary hesitation, and then Riley shoved Catwin out onto the floor and tumbled out after her. The cart began to slide backward, and something clicked, and clicked, and clicked, and clicked, and continued to click as the cart lowered itself gently backward, one click at a time. Another braking system, some kind of ratcheting device set into the floor designed to catch a runaway cart and keep it from rolling back down the main tunnel. Riley lay there on the steep slanted floor, gasping for breath, and watching as the cart clicked steadily down and away from them. He tried to roll over and see where Catwin was, but it was difficult to move, and then he realized something. He was still wearing the binders on his wrists and ankles. Everything he had just done, he had done while bound. He couldn't help himself. He began to laugh. He had just demonstrated the ingenuity and heroism of the human animal in extreme crisis, and there were no witnesses. And of course, nobody would ever believe him when he told them the truth. He sighed ruefully. A sound behind him caught his attention. He rolled over and saw Catwin struggling to pull herself into a sitting position. "What happened?" she asked. "Is explain later," Riley replied. He pointed. "They're all still on the cart, unconscious." "Is chance to escape?" Escape? Riley hadn't really thought about escape. He'd only wanted to get off that cart before it smashed into a wall. He considered it. "To where?" he asked. "Back to the upper levels? Not likely." "Do you know your way around this part of the ship?" "I doubt it. And even if we did find our way to a ladder or an elevator or a staircase, it probably wouldn't be safe. Troops from one side or the other are bound to be watching it." "Is not necessary to find ladder. We just walk spinward. Levels not concentric, but spiral. Is makes for greater sense of space. Is learned that in geography. Is probably take much longer, but we still arrive at top." Riley stared at her. He couldn't help but marvel aloud. "Catwin, your knowledge is the most amazing patchwork of ignorance and gold," he told her. "Sometimes it's hard to believe." "Is some information privy only to Captain?" She shrugged. "Huh? Is some things for common folk not to know. Is perhaps too dangerous to common folk, and to ship. Rebellion proves that dangerous knowledge must be controlled." Riley held himself back. He thought very hard and very carefully about what he should say to that. Perhaps he thought too hard, for Catwin said, "Is frowning, Kevin Riley? Why?" He said, "I'm sorry, Catwin. Sorry that you have been deceived. Of the right to know even unpleasant truths." "Huh?" She looked confused. But that's why there is Captain Kevin Riley. To bear... Let me try that sentence again. Sorry about that. Be right back. Google Play update. Okay. Let's try that sentence again. Madamus is struggle, to borrow the vernacular of the book. Of right to know even unpleasant truths. Huh? She looked confused. But that's why there's Captain Kevin Riley. To bear... Oh. Apparently my reading ability is getting a lot softer as I go along. Let's try one more. Let's try it once more, chat. Huh? She looked confused. But that's why there is Captain Kevin Riley, to bear responsibility. And what if the captain makes a mistake? What if the captain is wrong? Captain is never wrong, is law. Captain is always captain, and captain is always right. He looked at her sharply. Isn't that what started the rebellion? Is not no, Kevin Riley. Rebellion is one of those things not discussed, is dangerous. And who decides that something is too dangerous for people to know? Before rebellion was job of captain and council. But council started rebellion. So now captain's sole authority. No more council, except Captain Science Council. Riley thought about that. He knew what he wanted to say, but this wasn't the right time or place. He levered himself to his feet, and not without difficulty. The binders made it hard to maneuver. "Come on," he said. "We escape?" "No," he sighed. "We turn ourselves in. We go after that cart." Far below them on the slope, it was still clicking steadily downward. We can't go back to the captain. There's only one chance left. Down there. This people of the lower level may be the last hope of this world, Catwin. Is savages!" She protested, but not too convincingly. Reluctantly, she followed after him. There were stairs at one side of the shaft, holding on to the railing with both There were stairs at one side of the shaft, holding on to the railing with both bound hands, and hop-jumping downward one step at a time, they began their slow descent after the cart. Let me just see how long is left so that I'm trying to get this divvied up better for next time. Oh yeah, we're gonna save it. We're gonna save what's left. Chapter. Your name is Chapter now, not Chat. You are no longer Chat. You are Chapter. Wow, my brain is shutting down. My brain is shutting down. I am so sorry for that. My apologies to the people who were listening when I started stumbling. I've definitely been flubbing a bit tonight. But we're going to stop there with Chapter 32. And we are going to head back into the library and we'll wrap things up. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Let me fix my camera angle. There. I meant to hit the doors, but I missed it. Oh well. My apologies on that, chat. Well, okay, so that's more of the Galactic Whirlpool. We made it all the way to Chapter 32, chat. And we will finish it next Friday. So, Kevin Riley and Catwin are alone aboard the Wanderer. They have escaped from the... they have been thrown to the lower levels. The levels, supposedly, of the savages by the people of the upper levels. Good work, Matt. Oh, I can't even speak tonight, Flash. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate the vote of confidence, even though inside I'm just beating myself up for not being able to read well enough. But I appreciate it. Oh, Megs, bless. And the thing which is standing out to me is the rebellion. Apparently, it was basically a break between, you know, like the president and the Congress. It was a case of there was a revolt by the council and the captain, because the captain was seizing control, and so the captain has on the upper level outlawed any information he thinks is dangerous that goes against his doctrine. So that means the lower level is the level of the council, or whatever's left of it. Also, we know from what the captain said that the lower level's the one that controls those generators. The fusion generators that are shut down, they are not shut down because of the captain shutting them down. According to what was said, unless this was in error, they're shut down because of the supposed savages. So why would they have done that? Unless they wanted to stop the engine. Why did they stop the engine? This is all getting very squirreled up, isn't it? I'm looking forward to hearing the end of this, really and truly. Thank you everyone for the stopping by tonight. Thank you for the gifted membership and for the super chat and for the supers and for the thrown in it. Y'all, just once again, I do want to say thank you to everyone. You didn't have to do that. And anyone who's just here watching and listening, thank you for spending time with me. I always appreciate it. I know I probably sound too humble at times. Maybe I overdo it. In fact, I'm thinking once, Elite Trainer, who's someone I know, and I know he's a manager for like a smaller VTuber or VTubers. I don't know everything. But Elite Trainer, I know, once got on me for being too humble. He at one point said I needed to start, you know, I needed to not be as humble, but sometimes I just can't help it. Maybe it's a problem. I don't know. Lauren and TV, when did you show up? Did I miss something? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm going back up here. Or did you just show up? Well, regardless, I appreciate it. How was the rest of your stream? I know you guys were playing Nier. You're the second person today playing Nier. Been here lurking a bit. I appreciate it. Always appreciate it. Yeah, I know you were playing Nier Automata tonight, correct? You're the second person playing it today, because the first person I was in her stream when she raided over there, the Shy Siren, who we love here also. Chat, if you haven't followed Lauren and Tibby, follow Replicant. Nier Replicant. Okay, it's Replicant, not Automata. Automata is the game app. Oh! Okay. Okay, I'll have to look those up. I've never played them. I just know they're from Square Enix. Or Square. Is it Square Enix or Square? I don't know. It's from the Square people. It's from the Cube-like folks. I don't have a lot of Squaresoft games, but I've got old Enix ones before the merger happened. But nice. Chat, once again, if you haven't followed... I can't speak it. Oh, yo. If you have not followed Lauren and Tibby, there's something wrong with you. And if you have not followed the Shy Siren, there is something wrong with you. I cannot be expected to solve all of your problems, but you can solve them yourself. Follow them. Just follow their channels. Real easy. Easy to do. Sort of like the person who apparently followed mine tonight and the alert didn't go off because I had alert shut off. Yeah. Yay! Okay, chat. Let's see who's on. Let's do a raid before my brain completely shuts down. Oh, before my brain does shut down, let me just do a quick reminder. Next week, Soma, which I keep calling Sona. I'm going to try the place I'm stuck again. If I can't get through it, we'll switch to baby mode and speed run it. Because I want to know the end of that game, and heaven knows it seems to be definitely above my pay grade, because I'm struggling with that. Welcome back, Daylin. We're just wrapping up. Then on Tuesday, we're going to do one of the membership goals that still need to be done. Mega Man 3 Gone Wrong, which is the it's supposed to have MS-DOS there. I need to adjust the schedule. That's the MS-DOS version of Mega Man 3, which is awful. On Wednesday, we'll be doing a YAAAP stream and finish going through the SNES library and a couple big box PC things that just happened. Thursday, on Thanksgiving here in the United States of America, we will be playing The Bizarre Adventures of Woodruff and the Schnibble, aka Woodruff and the Schnibble of Azimuth, which is a point-and-click adventure I've long wanted to do. Hope I don't regret it. And then Friday, we'll finish up the book. We will finish up the Galactic Whirlpool on Friday. Yay! I only have one thumbnail I need to get done for this week. That makes me really happy. Yeah. Hello, Lauren. Hello, Shy. Welcome to both of you. Just in time for us to raid out. Yes. Yes. I'm glad I was there for that raid. What was I doing? I don't know. My brain's not thinking right now. Okay, there we go. And hi to everyone. Indeed. Hello, hello. Okay, I can't think at all. Let me go ahead and see who we can raid into before I start, like, I don't know, reading the back of a chewing gum wrapper. Okay, who's on? Who is on? It's Friday. Should be a lot of people. Neko's on. Okay, that's good. So Neko's a possibility. Banana, Doki Bird. Ooh, that's out of my pay grade. Evie Avon, we just raided into last night. Jeremy Carl, I haven't raided into her for a hot minute. Shima, that's definitely, Perry, we've raided into before. Avarice Incarnate, we've raided to before. Recently, Kurosaki's on Miss Chimera, we raided her for Yuki and Yuna. Plum Rose. Yuki's on. Oh, wow. You know? Huh. And Lulabelle's on. Oh. You know? And Aiko's on. Wake up feeling sexy? What the heck? You know, I'm leaning towards... You know what? She just came back from a hike. This is hard for me. Because I really, really want to do... I would love to show some love for Yuki. But I'm going to raid into Lulabelle. Lulabelle just came back from a hiatus. And she was worried. Poor thing. Lulabelle was worried... Always wake up feeling, yeah. Always wake up feeling sexy. Well, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone. We're going to raid into Lulabelle. She's drawing emotes, so that should be nice. She just came back from a hiatus, and I know she was worried that her computer was failing, and it turns out it was just like a defective USB port that was squirreling up the whole thing. So thank goodness it was an easy fix for her, because, man, yeah. Thank you for the stream, and take care, everyone. Thank you, Jennifer. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Always appreciate seeing you seeing you here. I cannot say any words. I always appreciate seeing your beers. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know what's wrong with me. Always appreciate seeing you here. Have a great night, Jennifer. We will see you later. And thank you, everyone, for stopping by. Thank you, Daylin. Thank you, the aforementioned Jennifer. Thank you, Omegs. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, The Shy Siren. Thank you, Flash Viewer. Thank you, Twin Opinion. I think wasn't Judd here earlier. Thank you, Judd. Let's go through it. And thank you, my ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. Thank you. I know Hiraki was here early as well. Anyone who I am missing, thank you for being here. If you have been lurking, beer here close enough. Words are hard, Jennifer. I'm like the people in the book where they've just, like, you know, cut up the English language into just like a weird slang. Anyone who's been lurking, thank you for lurking. If you've been VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. We'll see you all next week. We're going to do a raid. Oh, raid message. Thanks for the stream. Let's go ahead and end the poll. It looks like where's Wilford Brimley won, which is the most important question at all times. And Luciano. I forgot to say thank you to Luciano. Of course, passive beer here. All right, Lulu Bell. Let's just do... Oh gosh, this is... I don't care. We're going to do a semi-literate... Because I do feel like I kept flubbing it. A semi-literate back... library raid. There we go. Semi-literate back library raid. Because why not? I feel semi-literate. How about you? Thank you once again, everyone, for stopping by. We already did the other things, the goodbyes, the thank you to lurkers, thank you to VOD watchers, something, something, something. You don't have to go home oh, I can't even say home. I almost said hole. You don't have to go whole chat. Something, something, hole, something, something, goal. You don't have to go home chat, but you can't stay here. Nailed it. Nailed it in one. Completely. First try. First take. Definitely.